sometime. What am I going to eat the pie jar? I don't have time for it. I just don't want to.
Like whatever the night before, I might have heard that on the news, whatever. It's just been sort of whizzing around my head.
Sure.
And you know, it was a big debate. I think they found a way of doing it or something.
What are you talking about?
They've done something about freezing time and all that.
See, this is information. This is nothing. That is nothing. They've done something about freezing time. Imagine Jeremy Paxman coming on, going, "This is tonight. Said something about freezing time." It's you think before you talk.
No, but I don't worry about how to do it. I just think about what effects that has.
Oh, they haven't asked you to get involved.
It's a tough thing, isn't it? But what's the point in me worrying
It's not a question. Do you know what he said the other day? This is unbelievable. This is one of the most stupid, incredible things I've ever heard. He was talking, and he said he stopped, and he was thinking, and he went, oh, he went, you'd never see a black ghost. Extraordinary.
True, though, isn't it?
I've never seen any ghosts, full stop. There are no ghosts. There aren't ghosts.
No, I mean when you just see them in, like, magazines and that.
You were going to a wedding last week. Was it last week or the week before?
Yeah, it was last Saturday.
Yeah.
And he said, looking forward to it, when that's going to be boring. Suzanne was listening, knows that the couple were taken photo, so she had to get in there before he she went up and said, look, when you whispered the show and he said it's going to be boring, he didn't mean you, he meant weddings in general. I love the fact she has to run around and clean up after him. It's great, isn't it? How was it?
Do you not like weddings? You're not a fan of them?
They're only good for the people involved, aren't they?
What are you talking about? You get free food, free booze, free music?
Yeah, but it's not. It's just all in about. There's loads of people there you don't know.
Absolutely, I agree.
Do you know what I mean? You've got to make an effort.
Yeah.
And even the bit that was important, right, when they were getting married, right, there wasn't enough chairs, because it was, you know, all the family gets the chairs, don't they? So I was sort of stood at the back, watching, and I couldn't hear what was going on, because a woman was breastfeeding the baby.
Oh! But what? How loud is this baby?
It was slurping and that, and she was like, I just thought, how hungry is it?
Could it not wait? Because you got wait for the buffet like that.
But also just in this...
What did you...
The only thing that annoys me with weddings is the gift. Thing. Because, like, you buy these gifts, right? You spend a little bit of money, maybe. You know, I'd like to be a little bit lavish if I go to a wedding. Well, you get a gift, right? You pay for it. And I don't know about you, but I like to see the response. When I give a gift to someone, I want to see the feedback from that. Yeah, it's very much...
I want to see what it is that's Jane bought on because sometimes I go, oh, thanks for that. I go,
but, you know, certainly, I've talked about it before, but certainly, you know, it's the amount of money spent and the amount of time given to the gift should be correlated by the amount of the response you get. Absolutely. Give a book token, a shirt is fine. But if I give, you know, sizable, I want to be showing it to friends, if it's a bar, barman,
Steve Rich got me, he's the greatest man in the world.
Yeah, exactly. You go to a wedding, you turn up with a gift, you could have spent, you know, upwards of £15 on it. You turn up, you say, excuse me, where's the bridegroom, I want to give him this gift. And some bloke knowing the brother-in-law says, oh, no, his mate. Yeah, sorry, they're too busy to see you right now. Just stick the gift on this big table with all the other ones.
Yeah.
And they'll get back to you in maybe 6 6 to 8 weeks after the honeymoon, they won't write you a note. They won't thank you personally, they'll write you a note.
It'll be a general thank you, and your name in different type.
Yeah, but it might have some vague reference to, to what you did, but it won't really be personalised.
Yeah. The set of mugs are going to be in different type. Thank you, Steve Merchant, for your wonderful gift. We love mugs.
Yeah, it was. And a photocopy signature.
Exactly, yeah. It's not right, is it? Oh,
And also, of course, as well, if there's a baby involved, perhaps they had a kid out of wedlock, or they're getting married, there's normally a baby signed as well. Like the baby signed it. Paul and Sharon.
For the horde!
He banged those days, I reckon. What do you think, Carl? What's the wedding, by the way?
Did you buy it?
Suzanne sorted something out.
What?
I don't know. Actually, no, we're going away. I'm a week away with them.
That's your gift?
Yeah.
What are you going away?
No, we're going away to Cornwall, and yeah, that's it. We've sort of paid for a place to stay and come along with that.
And their gift is to spend a week with you in a confined space.
We'll have break time and that.
Will they?
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm making a note of how many times you say and that during today's show. And so far there's 3. I've noticed 3. I'm just going to take a look because I think we can have a competition here. And if you can predict how many times he's going to say and that, the closest one wins some of the crap DVDs that we've got on offer.
Oh, downtown we've got a load of 49.
Definitely.
Is this the book that you nearly finished reading, but you realised all the pages are in the wrong order?
It's close to me.
Started loving it. Then he started reading about this bloke, and he went from jail to school. And then he looked at the page numbers, and they were all out of order.
How annoying is that?
You never read one.
I never read one, right? And Suzanne, it was a week when we were going to Hastings because you two had done me a bit, right? So then we'll take you away so you relax and what have you. So ended up not relaxing because it was like putting a jigsaw together. I'd sat reading the train thinking, I love this. It's really interesting the story of this fella who, didn't have a great life as a kid, starts getting into the crime line, turns out to be the governor. But it wasn't as easy as that, because like I said, he started off at school, then he was in prison, and he's like, oh God, he started young. And then next thing is like married, and he's like, hang on, he's like 12. And then he's quite a heart attack. And then, but I just thought it was part of the thing, because I read chapter 1, and then it did say chapter 12 online. It's like that sort of done in that stylish way.
I was born in the East End. Take one onion, add some... This is the East End villains going to rise up above me, but for young You can say that, actually. Go on, next, Carl.
Yeah, just because it was like 2 for a 10, that shouldn't be like, oh well, you got a good offer. So
No, that's rare. I'm sure the bloke selling it did not know that. Let's face it, Carl, you didn't realise.
Yeah.
So
You've got almost halfway through before you realise.
yeah.
but anyway,
Still, that teacher has put your books for life, hasn't it?
well, I don't like getting into books now. I just read snippets of information.
Play record.
No, I was going to tell you about the information that I was reading. I can't. Will we play it?
Well, I'd like to hear a tune and come back with Dribble, because I think people tune in for Dribble, so let's tease them. Let's have a record then some absolute shite from Carl. Alright, Carl, what did you learn?
Right, like I said, I don't like reading books too much.
Too much work.
Yeah.
I don't like reading books, actually. But go on.
So
I have done. So go on.
right, so I was looking at magazine, and it was more about. Do you know, I'm not that impressed with Einstein and that.
No, it wants you to be. What about it? Go on.
No, but you know the fact. You see, the Columbus thing. He's another one, and he got a bit of praise for finding America. Someone else would have thought that at some point.
Yeah.
And yet, news this week, they found 2 types of frog. Right? No one's making a book. And look how small they are compared to what he wanted. And that's what I'm saying. People make a big deal out of all these people who are finding stuff. Right? So the next
I mean,
On my head's buzzing, but I can't be bothered. I actually can't be bothered. Don't think this reaction is a good reaction. I don't know where to start with this video, but carry on.
Right. So anyway, the next fella,
The next fella. See, I don't know. You talking riddles?
the next fella I'm going to talk about.
Go on then. Yeah.
So I'm trying to get into the head. Like, why the name and that. Right?
Okay.
So, a bit of reading up on Science magazine. Now, I read it. It's only, I don't know, 200 words, whatever, can't get from 40 words now. But I read it last night.
Is it relativity you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, if you say yeah, like I just made that word up.
You heard that? That was what it was. Okay, so 200 words, as far as you recall. So anyway, so I read it. I don't know what's going on about it. Suzanne was with it. Can you read this? And I'm watching sentences. I said, right, but can you read it and explain to me what I don't understand here? This is why I don't understand it.
It's great. It's like she's thinking, I haven't got kids yet. You still want to have some homework. I'm doing it worse than that.
Look, go on and read it out loud to yourself. Make sense and read it out loud. Yes, right, I'm going to do that. It's good to cool in there anyway. So, I went in there. So, read it out twice. Went back into bed, oh yeah, it's still. She was like, wait 10 minutes and sort it out. So I was sat there looking at it out before she went. Now, what you're saying is, you send a man to the moon, right? He was saying to the fella in the rocket, it would seem like 20 years to him.
Yeah, not the moon, but yeah.
No, it was. That's what it said. It said the moon.
Well, it would be.
No, but listen. So it would take 20 years to the fella. Yeah, people who are on the Earth, it would seem like 2,000.
Yeah, because time is relative, not.
I don't. What do you mean?
Well, listen, the fact is that it's tending towards the speed of light where it really makes a difference. They've even done it with atomic clocks where they've sent one up Alien Concorde and it's like 0.01 of a second difference.
What is the what?
Yes, yeah, because of the greater speeds.
But why does speed affect how a watch works?
Right, I know this is conversation. Speed is...
Sorry, see what I mean? That's
Right.
what I mean. See what I've done?
I don't think this is a conversation you heard on a Saturday afternoon.
But I'm just saying though, it's not me.
It is you.
You went quiet, Steve.
No, because I'm not going to explain it to you. I wouldn't say that like it's speed equals basically velocity equals distance over time. When velocity doesn't change and nor does distance, time has to. That's his theory. Yeah.
What's your point? I'm just saying.
Because you don't understand it. I'm trying to explain to you Newton, that basically formulated, the laws of the universe, the 3 laws of the universe. And even playing snooker, I'm trying to drop something. I'm going economic reaction and all these sort of stuff, right? And he was going, what did he do apart from the apple on his head with the gravity? And I went, well, what do you mean? And he went, well, why was it a problem? If we would be floating around, I'd have called him in. But since we're not, we don't need him. That's what he said. Play a record. Transsexual. It's not a transvestite. This isn't just a builder in a dress. They're hormone replacement as well, so they get estrogen, so they and electrolysis, so they have, their face that's different. They don't go bald. They're slighter. They you know what I mean? They're the real thing. A transsexual is now the real thing, biologically and politically and.
But they'll still be a man, won't they?
Well, it'd be embarrassing if they don't tell their new partner and there's pictures of them, down the pub when they were 20. But you probably sort of get over that, don't you? Like, who's the fellow with the beard? Drinking the yard pale. That was me.
Well, interesting story. Probably should have told you this before the honeymoon. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can have all that done, right? This stuff, you can have the introducts done, right? You can have, like, false teeth, but you know that when you see an old person with a good set of teeth, it's like, well, they're false. There's no way you've got good teeth like that if you were brought up in like the 30s.
But what would you do if Suzanne said, look, I've got a terrible secret, and she showed you a picture of this kid, this little boy, growing up, playing football, and then the pictures stop at 20, just before you met her. And she shows you a nice pair of bollocks in the jar. She goes, "They're not mine."
Well, first thing is you take back the gloves you bought her last week.
Would you go, "Oh, you can't go out with her now"? Or would you say, "Well, you're the same person"? I've blown his mind. I really have freaked it out there. What?
She is into sport.
Eh?
And should we play a record while you give her a call? No. What I'm saying is right, it doesn't matter what you have done. We can wrap this up here because I've got it sorted, right?
Okay.
It doesn't matter what you have done. At the end of the day, it's obvious that you've had it done. If you're a fella who can change the woman, I can spot it, right? If
You can't know.
I tell you what, I was at Suzanne's mum and dad's right up north last week, and I went to the off licence, right? And I went in there, never seen this fella before, right? As soon as I walk in, I eye him up behind the counter and go, "Alright, mate." I notice he's got a wig on, right?
Yeah.
Now, it was, I kind of looked and thought, "It's a wig, whatever." And then I thought, "I wonder if it is." And as I got to the till, I said, "How much is that?" He said, 50 pence a grey. And as he turned to the till, were you buying Susanna Gill? As he turned to the till, and he did that sort of angle, you got the profile, you see the bit sticking out of the back, and you go, "That's a wig."
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. It's like a little. It's just the last inch just lifts away from the neck.
Yeah. Everybody who goes in that shop will probably know him as having a wig and that. He keeps him happy, but everybody knows. So what I'm saying is, it's like,
But could I just say, transsexuals put in a little bit more effort than a fella who's plugged a rug on top and held it down with some duct tape. Do you know what I mean? You know, the only giveaway often with a transsexual is the big hands. They can't do anything about that. That's the only thing, you know. But I mean, transvestites are different. You know, they are built in dress. You go in a supermarket, you turn around, you see a 6-foot woman, huge head. You go, "All right, love." You know what I mean? You know, down below, she's packing more than us 3 put together. But you know what I mean? That's what it. If Eddie Izzard, right? If we're meeting Eddie Izzard, right? He likes to pop on a dress now and again, right? What's the politics of that? Do you go? As he walks in, he's all in an evening gown. He goes, "All right, Carl." And you go, "All right, Eddie," and it's in a busy pub. And you go, "Do you say, do you want to find a beer?" And slap him on the back like, or do you go, "That's lovely. It's a lovely dress." Do you know what I mean? What do you do? What do you do with a transvestite?
Would you compliment a transvestite
On their lovely dress?
if he was wearing a nice dress? In the same way that you would if Suzanne was wearing a nice dress. I'd probably say, "That dress, looks nice. But even nicer on a woman." That's right, no, I mean. So you try to change the way they think. Yeah, you want to teach them a lesson. Yeah, sure. Anyway, it's just, it's one of the things I can't get my head around, to be honest. Right? I can handle early Chinese kids.
Is it true to say that you've never been able to handle a transvestite? You need a little rest, don't you? What's the vibe? What's the vibe of the day? What's the just the crack on all of it. What are you doing? Yeah, that's the other day. It's quite quiet, yeah. My mate Damo went to the theatre, and he was worried about sort of terrorism on the plane. And he looked around and thought, well, if someone gets up, someone arrested. So he looked around, and he was the only one who realised they've got to have a secret with him. So he enjoyed it. It's quite quiet. It's nice. Whatever. You just don't want someone who will do they know what they're going to take livestock? Yeah. Are they filling? You're not mixing with heroin. No, but do they know about passports expiring? Don't they? I mean, they're not completely stupid. What's the best thing? Best thing to carry 2 bags. So it's like, what do you want about that for? Let's say they'll sell 2 bags.
It's like they'll sell tea bags. And he's worrying about that. He said, can I put it in a glass jar? Put it in a glass jar. He said, oh, I'll bubble wrap it. So he's bubble wrapping a tea thing. It's just, I mean, it is annoying me a bit. It's meant to be a week off from you and I, and all Resident Evil.
But you are easily wrapped up. You are a very finicky little fussy person. You don't like any of the slightest bit of perfection. So that's why sometimes I'm like, working here, working there, bang, bang.
Thursday, right? Went home after working with you a couple of Saturdays ago, right? Girlfriend was like, open your card. I said, no, it's my birthday on Monday. I'll open it. You obey by the rules. It's still your birthday. Well, there's no point. Well, it's only chaos leads that way, right? So anyway, she kept going on. So I said, all right, I'll open it. So I opened it, ticket fell out. Surprise holiday to one of the Canary Islands. So, and what was your reaction? I mean, the first one was we haven't got enough money for this, but I didn't want to ruin it, so I didn't go on about that. That way. So well, it was good timing. It was tired and everything, and I'm not a big holiday fan, but the timing was right. Yeah. I mean, it's the same as last night. I don't always like curry, but last night you get that sort of
curry. You had a good feeling. You thought, and then like you were eating the curry. It's weird. It's paranormal. Isn't it weird? They want you to experience. Yeah.
So anyway, right? The island. If I was on with your ear, I'd probably say it's a bit barren. Not much there, but if you get a hotel, you guarantee good weather. Right? Are you? No, what I mean is, it'll be a good holiday. If you get a hotel, right, the weather's always good, so you'll have a nice time.
I know
that, and the food was alright, and everything's going alright. I was just having a nice, relaxing time.
And how do you sort of spend your time on the holiday? Do you just lie around?
And that sort of holiday, lying around. Bought a book.
You bought a book?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, it was short stories. Like it was about like special days in our time and time before me and stuff. And it was like it was telling you about how in I think it's 1814 the Thames frozen up, and all these stories are told by eyewitnesses. Right. So there's some fella who was around in 1814. And the Thames was frozen. People used to put market stalls on there and do some shopping. It's like an Oxford Street.
Was that Mad Liar Charlie? No, because he's famous for that. Yeah. So that was Mad Liar Charlie. Yeah.
So I was reading that, and then after a couple of days, it was like, you can only do so much lying around and some weird. So Suzanne said, let's go on the beach. Have a walk.
Where are you doing the absolute fun then? In your room?
No, just like around the pool, just relaxing and having a swim and that. So she said, let's go on the beach. So we wandered down to the beach, and first impressions are, it's alright. Hotel, yes, roof, good, food, and beach, clean. So I'm walking along, and everything's good, and there's a woman feeding fish bread, which I thought that's different.
He likes originality. He loves a bit of originality.
This woman was there, like up to her knees in water.
Yeah.
And she was stood
We've got to see.
chucking this bread. And I thought, what's she doing? And I stood there and watched for a minute. And there was little fish coming up, having the bread. So we carried on walking, and everything's going well. And then this fella comes towards me.
Yes, I have no more of those. Clean drinking bread. 2 points for a time.
Fella comes walking towards me. He's only got no pants on. So I said, Suzanne, what's going on?
She knows more than him.
So she said, oh, yeah, it's me.
This is going to be a long story. Can you pour that coffee? Can you give me that coffee over? Sorry, this is really bad. Yeah, thank you. Just amuse yourself. Thank you very much. I'll have a cup of coffee. Right. Cold. Right, good. Okay.
So,
Great.
So she said, yeah, it's a nudist beach. So I said, well, why? What? I said, we're all mixed. It's all mixed up. Normally on a nudist beach, it's a nudist beach. So it annoyed me a bit because there wasn't any signs. So this fella's getting closer. Well, we know about it. Right, so he's getting closer, and he walked past me. It was an old fella. He walked past me. He had a hat on and a little pipe and a big rucksack on his back. Right, so he got me strictly naked. I'm walking along and I'm thinking, right, why do people want to do this? So straight away, I wasn't on holiday. Most of the time, when I'm on holiday, I don't think it wasn't the place. Now, and I turned around to look and they carried on. And the bag, and this bag, right, I swear, it was massive, right? What? You know, the bag. His rucksack. When I said, he said, "Nothing coming towards me," I said, "What was lower? The road follow from all the sticks." And he said, "Well, that's another one. You might as well award this." That's what he said to me. So you saw the bag. So it annoyed me, yeah, because the whole idea, and this is what I think. I mean, I might be wrong, right? Might be wrong. You never have been before. Being nudist, right? What's it all about? And I wasn't really enjoying it.
I can't. It's not. You didn't tell us ungrateful. There are so many. You're like a little charity case. You're like, oh.
I had chicks queuing up on the block.
You usually have to use it. Someone like you would have to write to Jim or Fix It or Esther Ranton to get to meet us sort of people. Now it's on your doorstep.
You didn't enjoy it. Why didn't you enjoy it? You got to walk down the red carpet. You went in. There was George Best, one of your football heroes there. A load of other big names. We sat in a prime position. You came backstage with a load of other big names. Hey, you had a lovely bit of
You were
grub.
filming the thing for the DVD we made. That's you account man on our DVD. And yet you think, oh, and now you look grumpy because you had a couple of pints. Oh, God.
So tell us why you didn't enjoy it, because the ceremony, what did you enjoy about that? It was interminable, wasn't it? Wasn't it awful? So boring.
I'm sorry.
Really? Sorry. 3 hours. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose for you two, at least, you know, you were going to get something.
Yeah.
But with me, it's like, I mean, I've never heard of it.
Have you not?
I'm trying to think of a situation. Basically, I sat there 3 hours knowing that I was going to get it out of the night.
Yeah.
Right? Now,
Sorry, when we invited you, you said yes. Did you think you were up for an award?
I thought we were going to be sat round tables, having a nice bit of food,
Yeah.
whilst people are going up there winning awards. But 3 hours of the same thing over and over again. I mean, if a film's 3 hours in the cinema, you know, it's long, but, you know, I wonder how it's going to end. But this was just like the same thing over and over again. Some guy going off, thanks a lot, cheers for the bit of brass. And then going down, sitting down, the same thing over and over again. Honestly, right? I'd say it was one of the worst things I've ever had to do. I enjoyed the night afterwards when we did have a bit of that, nice bit of bed and that. That was alright, I went home and I got the lady back that
Alright. Now, what would you have done on that Friday night? What would you have done on a Sunday night, rather? What would you have done had you been at home?
I would have stayed in, Suzanne, right, watching telly, having a nice bit of pate on toast, cup of tea, watching 24. But instead, I had to buy an expensive suit, so I didn't show you up. Right? How much did you spend on your suit? Well, in total, right, you know, shirts and tie, it was like 600 quid.
That's the most expensive thing ever.
That's what I'm saying to you. And the damn thing, if you start from there, I don't know why you've got to wear a nice suit.
You can't wear a tracksuit for goodness sake.
It's dark in there.
Just a shirt and that.
Oh.
You're a better person wearing a suit.
No, doesn't make you a better person. No.
We're not claiming it made you a better person.
Yeah.
That's why I went. I didn't. I would have said to them,
Yeah.
Do
you know what? It's a
me. I phoned him up because we had to meet up, and obviously he had to pose as my gay lover.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know, what he said to me like, I bought a suit, I'm looking good. He said, I'm looking good. People will think, how on earth did he end up with that good-looking guy?
So he got into the role. That was got into it.
Such an
Inspire
insult.
record.
I just would say that we've had an email from Daryl Foss. Obviously, we've emailed in saying, well done on that, and well done on your room, whatever. They really like that. There's one guy, Daryl says, Ricky, has your dad only got one D-Mob suit? Because I know you notice that Ricky wears the same suit every single time he appears on TV, because he spent a fortune on it getting it tailored.
I've only got one.
It's a good suit.
I know. And it's winter as well. It's like a pure wool, so I'm sweating everywhere I go. Anyway, usually it's too much cheese.
I won't be buying another.
Huh?
I won't be buying another one.
Ever.
That's it.
Yeah.
Suzanne told me today, right? I've handed it in today to the crowd protection with it.
Why?
It's sort of right. It's something sort of moving it up with it. I didn't know it's an insult. You're getting on the stage and saying that. I took you to the place to get it done. Suzanne tells me that I'm going to start shrinking now and get into that age where you can't swim.
No, because that's what he said. It's in the head. What do you mean? No. When did you call it? No, he didn't. He said it was in the head. I'm not even good.
God, the light.
Blank. How can I sort my look? I'm not even good. That's not fair. What?
I can't help it. Yeah, it's not good.
I noticed the other day when Carl was sitting on your knee having his tits taken. It's a long story, right? It's got a completely spherical head. It's slightly too small. I'm not being funny because I mean, you know, I'm not perfect. But he's got a completely spherical little head. He looks a little bit like a baby hamburger. You know hamburger at McDonald's? He looks like a little baby hamburger. And it's sort of quite put upon. It's
Suzanne seems to look like that thing in that Buick advert. I know past the scene.
Yeah, and then they make a new advert.
really?
That's your girl.
I know. Anyway, listen.
Really? Yeah, on New Year's, no, it's like on New Year's Day, it's not today. Sure.
So you don't see some people doing madness songs?
No, I took Suzanne out for a walk, right? Went round Covent Garden, right? That's the place where it's taken over. Classic Madness is alright. And if you really think about it, Madness songs are quite sweet. Do you know what I mean? It's all
It means
right.
that to me, it means that much around. Blur the music body, doesn't it? Blur the music body.
Yeah,
So,
so you bought tickets there and then?
They're not selling, are they?
It's fairly quiet because we only paid the lower price and we got upgraded for nothing. So
You enjoyed it, did you?
I've loved it.
And would anyone like to come on stage with us?
Yeah.
The little ball fella. Yeah, go on, I'm going to go.
And what home are you from?
What are you doing tomorrow? Well, I'm going around there. No, you're coming here tomorrow. Come here tomorrow. How do you get so many breaks and holidays? Because you went away with Suzanne's parents. You went away with your parents. That's a couple of weeks, 10 days. That's probably about 3 weeks in all. You had that. You went to Manchester. You had that day off because your trousers were wet. I mean, and you know, I mean, especially you've only got one job, and you know, I've got a lot more than just one of my jobs. But I mean, the other count your blessings. Go, oh, thank God, I can have time off. I don't work too hard. You know, I'm not stressed too much.
It's just all to do with when you do work, do a lot. So I get a lot done.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I'm always doing stuff. I mean, even though when I was in college, right, I'm sat there on the grass.
Oh, I'd love to sit on the glass. I know, yeah, well, you know.
Me, Dad and Suzanne are playing cricket, right? I sort of fallen out with him at
Your
that.
dad and Suzanne are playing.
What
Did you live in the 1940s?
Yeah, why are you falling out?
Because with cricket, have you ever played cricket?
Yeah.
You've got to be pretty good at maths.
Sure.
You've got to make your cards add up to 15.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna correct you on. You've got to be good at maths. Yeah. What? Algebra, quantum physics, what?
No, just adding
Adding up to 15. Brilliant.
I mean, I almost got a new finger.
You couldn't call.
But my dad's really good at maths. And like, he said, how many have you got? And he always counts it back between two difficulties and three for your one and all that. You know what I mean? And he had it up really
One
quick.
was not.
Right, so I was like, right, hang on a minute. And he goes, no, what do you mean, hang on? I don't know, what have you got? He says, oh, forget it. I said, this isn't funny. I'm going to start getting all out of you.
You get it? I love it. But he literally, I'm sure, I don't know him, but I'm sure he's just winding you up. It's like his victory is you going, forget it, I'm not playing.
Well, anyway, right, so he does that, and I think I'll go off and do some prep, right, do some research for Saturday. Found one of Suzanne's magazines, right, flicking through, there's always interesting stuff in there. There was something about swingers, right, I was like, what's all that about? Yeah. And it had an interview with some people talking about, you know, how the Suze ran on it, yeah. And I thought, if my wife looked like that, I could do it. Because there was a few pictures of them and they were all pretty ugly. Yeah. I thought, right. So I took that in, soaked that up, thought, there we go. Carried on reading. There was a bit in there about how women still have crutches, right?
Yeah.
And the woman was going on about how she's 38, right? But she still fancies Chris Martin from Coldplay. And, you know, even though it never happened, she's still got that little bit in her head that thinks one day she'll leave Gwyneth, right? And end up with her. Right. Anyway, so I'm flicking through it all, I'm flicking through it all. And,
Is this a Rockbusters clue?
no, right? And I read further on, right? And she said, you know, I like to go out with my mates, and we come up with lists in pubs of people who like, oh, you know, they've been nice to go out with. She also came up with a list of unlikely lost objects, I think she called them.
Yeah.
Guess who was in that list?
Ricky Green.
Think again?
Carl
Right? Next one.
Johnny Vegan.
Said, lanky co-writer.
Run.
Lanky co-writer.
What do you mean lanky co-writer?
Well, don't need to say anymore. She said,
Hang on, wait a minute. Let's not talk about. I don't know why you're laughing at my expense. I'm an unlikely lost object.
yeah,
But yeah. What was it called? The list.
the unlikely lost object.
Yeah.
You were in there.
Who else was? Well, you weren't in there.
Richard Madeley.
Fine. Yeah. Good-looking guy.
Alistair Campbell.
Brilliant. Another handsome dude. What are you talking about? How can you? What you think I'm ashamed or embarrassed by that? I'm proud of it. What magazine was it? I need to buy a couple. Yeah, it was. Need to get a T-shirt made. Yeah, you need no number.
It's boring in hotel rooms because I told you before about when I was in Edinburgh and I had nothing to do. There was nothing on the telly. And you sort of you eat some shortbread biscuits. Yeah. And so that's when I read the phone book to see how many.
That's when you read the phone book.
Well, to see how many Macs were in Scotland, the Macintosh,
Yeah.
and it was like, you know, 42 pages.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I don't know if he'd already done that. And yeah, he said he shaved his arm.
Now, when we say things like,
Not his cheeks, his.
all of it.
Yeah, all of it.
Did he say that? Other than the cheek, but then we got to the fact that me and Jonathan, if we pulled our wealth, we could have shaved Carl's arse for £1,000, right? And he said, yeah, for £1,000 you could shave an arse. Suzanne said, can I say this bit?
Your girlfriend said what, Carl?
She was annoyed. She said, well, I'm not allowed to go there. Why is anyone else? And of course, the whole table stopped and leant in and said, what? It's not me touching things there. What do you mean?
This is too much information.
It was too much information.
I like the fact that you've had this conversation with her. I like the idea that she touched your arse once and you went, whoa, hands off.
Yeah.
I love you, but keep your hands away from the arse.
Do you know why he said he's talking about the most intimate part of the arse, the middle arse he's talking about, and he said, I said, why? He went, it's a bit gay, isn't it? I said, how can a girl touching it be a bit gay?
You could be behind it, could be anyone.
Oh God! And it seemed I mean, you can imagine the conversations we were having, right? And it's that thing that the waitress heard something every time she came over. She heard the word, like, can't. Yeah. And, oh dear. But it was, it was a good night, wasn't it? So it's £1,000 now, isn't it? But presumably you give Suzanne half anyway, so everyone will be happy. You've used the arse to best effect. She's got half out of it, so she's made as much out of your arse as you have, in a sense. Me and Jonathan are happy.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's his arse on the line. So,
I know, but I mean, you know, it's not like she's getting a bum deal. She's getting 500, you know, quid.
No, I
you know.
understand that.
But do you reckon?
Thinking some more. Can I just ask before you play record? If we were to shave your arse, let's say we did it for charity or something, got sponsorship. How would we do it? Would we use one of those big old-fashioned razors?
No, I use a big safety. I just straight
And would
away.
you use a gel or a foam?
No. I first of all, I think I just lather it up.
So you lather up his arse?
I do the outside bits. It's a full straight down, big broad stroke, clean right. Then I'd have to go in the crevices, and I'd need an assistant. I'd pop it apart and just very gently go in there. I might even use electronic equipment just so there was no sort of like nicks.
Okay.
So
electric razor?
or I might wax the internal middle arse.
How did Jonathan do it? Because he did it on his own, didn't he?
I just use mirrors. Why don't I'll ask him. We'll call him later. But I don't know.
Well, perhaps you listening and might have shaved your arse maybe during an exam.
What I think, and this is conjecture, but I think he was probably there. He'd had a shower. He'd shaved his face. Like I thought, he was naked. He looked down and goes, "What hairy arse?" Well, I've got the razor in this hand. I've got the mirror there. You know, I'm not on stage for about 10 minutes. There's one thing I don't like going on stage with is a hairy arse. Bang, then wallop. Done. On stage. Thanks. See you later. See you next week. Yeah? What are you thinking, Carl?
No, it's like, how hairy was it? You know what I mean? How hairy was it? Because I imagine, you say mirrors. Well, I mean, how old is he now? He's 42. And you say he's dropped quite a bit.
Yeah.
So he's got to make sure they're...
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, I can speak for myself. As a simulation, Jonathan. That there's millimeters in it. It's not like we tuck them in our socks in the morning. They're still in the same place. You really wouldn't know the difference. It wouldn't if we filmed it in time-lapse camera. It would be like a bungee jump. Do you know what I mean? They wouldn't be moving a lot. All right.
I told him he's a good-looking fella, Steve.
I told Jonathan that he said that he just went for it well.
So you spent a lot of time picturing Jonathan's naked arse.
You let him give you money for arse touchery.
Yeah, whereas your girlfriend's got
no chance, and you're saying he's a good-looking man. Do you want to play a record and think about what he's done? What's the problem with Diane Keith?
You played Bruce Springsteen last week,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And you said he had got a load of trouble on his hands when he had a hanky in his back pocket.
Should I say that on air or?
Well, we were just saying that famously on the cover of the Born to Run, Born in the USA album, it's just him, isn't it, with the backside,
Yeah.
a red
I
handkerchief.
wasn't looking. I just.
I did it for research purposes, for this amazing link. Yeah, he had a red handkerchief, I think, in his right hand pocket, and apparently that signifies homosexuality. Apparently, I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was which way you take. I don't know. There's myths, aren't there?
Right,
that go
yeah,
around?
exactly. I don't even know if
I don't know.
No, well, I read up about it.
Okay.
Right?
This was it.
And it's all sort of, all different coloured hankies.
Are they?
Yeah. Right, and it depends what pocket you put it in
Yeah.
as well. So you've got like the different colours, different pockets.
Yeah.
Sorry,
How many variations are there? Different pockets is what?
Well, you've got like your back pocket, your right back pocket.
What do they mean?
What do you mean?
Well, what do they signify? You can't just tell us they signify something. What do they signify?
Well, some stuff that we don't really want to talk about.
What?
Sort of stuff like gays and stuff.
Right. So what do you mean?
With a Barbara Streisand record.
Yeah. Eurovision.
No, like
a couple of things that were there that I know we can mention. He said something about.
I love that. What he thinks he can't mention, I love it. He's thinking, what is this? 1956?
No, but I mean, it isn't just having it away.
Having it away, I love him. Having it away.
You get up to some weird stuff.
I never thought he didn't want to offend, but he's offended a lot more people by saying they get up to some weird stuff. Right,
In your opinion.
yeah. What do you mean? No, but don't. If there is something that I don't know about, that it's like you can't turn on the radio. But what do you mean weird stuff?
One of them, right? If you've got a red hanky, right?
Yeah.
In your right pocket.
Like Bruce.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Bruce said. Yeah.
Right, well, apparently then, Bruce is an armpit freak.
An armpit freak.
Yeah.
No, really? No. That's very specific, Carl.
Seriously.
Right, okay. What else is there?
Sorry, is there some kind of homosexual body that sat down and they came up with this at some point? Well, you said this is getting crazy. You've got like a blue handkerchief in your top breast pocket. I don't know what that means. You need to sit down and under the sun it, figure out what it means.
Yeah.
It's just that you're not free from it either. So if you were to go in like a gay bar, which you might do for straight anyway, so that like that. So that's right. You can't actually go in there if you've got a cold because every coloured hanky represents something.
Right.
So if I was to go in, I'd have a sniffle. I could get into all sorts of trouble.
Well, without a master's sense of white and hanky, that means you like to be tied up and whipped.
Yeah. There was another one, armpit freak we've covered.
Armpit freak is done. You've covered armpit freak. I don't really know what that means.
So, right, okay, yeah.
There was just one other thing, like a blue and white one, is if you're into sailors.
The sailors.
Yeah, if you have a little blue and white hanky, that's in your left pocket.
Right.
Blue and white equals sailor.
So I wanted to ask you something. But again, we've got to be careful here. You know when you wouldn't leave the building that was on fire because you were standing proud.
Hang on, there's some people now who don't know what you're talking about. Carl, you're on holiday.
Yeah.
On holiday internally.
You had a moment of intimacy with your girlfriend.
Yeah. You knock on the door. You had to stop and get up. You peeked around the door and the fireman saying get out. But you didn't want to leave because you had a yeah. But what I don't understand is you maintain that while looking at a Spanish man dressed as a fireman.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is that the fact?
here live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the stream. I am the real Seaman. Welcome to the Twitch stream, man. Bro, I work at the hospital. I have to work still. Damn, dude. That's insane, bro. Stay safe, man. Are you a doctor or are you a nurse? Welcome back, guys. Hope everybody's doing good. Washing your hands. Hope you're stocked up. I hope you called your people. Make sure your people are good. It's going to be a fun day of WoW. We're going to be hanging out, talking everything. Talking WoW, talking coronavirus, talking whatever you guys want. I'm here for you. All right. Bricks Gaming in the house. Hope you're staying safe on the YouTube, bro. How's everything going for Bricks, man? John Hodgson, what's going on, battle? How are you, man? You stocked up? You good? Garg, stay safe here in NYC. Everything's shutting down. Same here, man. So I live in the Bay Area, right? You guys have been hearing about this. Apparently, they're extending this out towards other areas, other regions, like Philadelphia, apparently. Just getting these type of orders as well. Everybody's ordered to stay inside here for the next 3 weeks. I'm feeling fucking kind of amped though. Like I'm not happy about this all happening, but I don't know. It just engages a certain mode in me. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about here. You get into this kind of focused. You know, it's kind of calm under pressure, right? Some people rise up. Some people will crumble under the pressure. I am feeling good right now. Everything is squared away. Last night I spent about 4 hours going through everything: paper towels, toilet paper rolls, soap, detergent, medical supplies. Squared away all the bags, all the go bags, all the straps are tied down nice and clean, so they look really good. Just grab and go, no straps, looking like a soup sandwich. All the gear is prepared. Everything is organized. There's a list of everything that we have and like a budget of how much paper towels per week, how much toilet paper per week, all this type of stuff. I'm feeling good, guys. I'm ready. Who's ready? One's in the chat if you're ready. One's in the chat if you're ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm ready, man. Sarmi in the house. Good to see you, Sarmi. How are you? I hope you're staying safe. How are you guys doing? Bro, we seem to be a couple days behind you guys in Cali. I feel we're going to be next on this lockdown. I think it's a matter of time, man. They're going to probably do a domestic lockdown for a little bit. I've been doing, I don't know if you guys have been fixated on this, but I've been doing as much research as possible, watching as many videos as possible, doing as much research about, how viruses work as possible, getting caught up to speed with everything like this. I'm ready, dude. Alright, we're going to do some hardcore leveling today. Suspend reality a little bit. We got to go do the World Wars. Let's go do that. Let's see what the levels we get. We're going to be streaming a lot, guys. That's one of the benefits or, the positives of all this happening. Plenty of time to stream and hang out with the stream fans. So I hope everybody's doing safe. If you guys have any questions about, emergency preparedness, all this type of stuff, I love talking about that kind of stuff, man. I love talking about that kind of stuff. I'm feeling amped right now. Flagstaff is shutting down at 8 p.m. for all bars, restaurants, theaters, gyms. That's right. That's right. So yeah, that's one thing too. Number one way to boost the immune system, we were talking about yesterday in the chat, is to exercise, right? And I've been slacking a little bit on that front. That's a good way of posture check for all of us. You can work out at home, just a towel. You don't even need any equipment, actually, not even a towel. Just put on a YouTube playlist or something. Just play a video, one of those people that are way too happy, and just listen to them. Get a nice little sweat in. It's gonna help. Matt Shepard, love to see you. What's up, man? Welcome back. Change the air filters in your house. That's a really good call, man. It's been a while. Thing is, it's kind of GG. I feel like all the air filters are gone. So I don't know if you guys have seen Amazon. Amazon is cleared out, man. Like their groceries on Amazon is GG. Any grocery store you go to around here, at least in the Bay Area, everything's gone right now. Because with the lockdown order, they're gonna get replenished at some point. I think the play is to show up really early, as soon as they open, and kind of get a sense of when deliveries come in, and then just get there early and stock up as much as possible. Love that low-key prepper vid. Yo, thank you very much, Francis. Yeah, I don't know how low-key it was, but that is something that I've been into for a while, and it's now just slightly becoming more acceptable to talk about that with all the corona going on. So I've been, prepping or whatever you want to call it, just like got kind of a hobbyist level for years and years now. So that's one thing I've realized, man. I'm so glad that I did, because when you're scrambling to get supplies, right? You can't really start from scratch and get it all. You just don't have enough time in the day, and the resources are too short. Like if you had to just build up your reserves right now, you wouldn't have enough time to go out and get all the medical supplies you would need, all the food you would need, all of the gear you might need. Like you just don't have enough time to cover all your bases. So, you know, even me, dude, I've been kind of prepping for years and years now, and I still had massive deficiencies, man. I still had to go get tons of water. I still had to go get as many medical supplies as I could. Still don't have an N95 mask. One thing that's clutch though, my pops is big brain. He has a oxygen therapy and ventilator and all that already had that. How insane is that? Because I was concerned about our parents, right? Because our parents could get the infection, and he was kind of giving me a posture check. He was like, he was saying, son, you're worried about food and water and defense and all this type of stuff. What you should be worried about is if you can survive a viral infection by yourself at your house. Think about that, guys. That's big brain, right? Can you survive personally a viral infection at your house? Do you know what like home remedy antiviral stuff is? I don't even know that much. I should learn more about it. Some people are saying blends of turmeric and lemon and all this type of stuff, but that's big brain. That's big brain. You know, what they're saying is pretty much they're talking about flattening the curve, right? Flattening the curve doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna stop the disease, the virus in its tracks, pretty much, bro. Flattening the curve is to mitigate the impact on the healthcare systems. So right now, if it spikes up like this, it's easy that every healthcare system is just gonna fall over, right? They're anticipating a lot of the top leading experts in this field, like in these fields, who know a lot about this stuff, are saying that between 40 and 70% of the world's population will eventually get coronavirus. A lot of people sort of feel like that's an inevitable thing that's going to happen. It's a matter of slowing down the progression to that stage, right? So that the healthcare systems don't fall over. The good news, though, is that to 50% of people potentially, it's going to be very low symptoms, just mild kind of fever or cold-like symptoms, or even asymptomatic, which is pretty good. Just play wild, right? We're talking about coronavirus today, man. Everyone's talking about coronavirus. I don't know. I've been hearing a lot about that. I've been thinking a lot about that. It's on everybody's mind, right? So we're going to be talking about coronavirus throughout while playing. If you have a healthy immune system, you should be good if you get corona. Yeah. But here's the thing, though. It's not necessarily about that as well. So getting the coronavirus is one thing. What they're doing now in healthcare systems is they're suspending elective surgeries and non-essential surgeries, right? So if you get injured in some other way, your access to healthcare is just going to be like less, right? And another sticky situation is potentially the doctors who work in the ICUs, the people who actually have all the big brain knowledge to help treat these kind of these higher levels of care. If they get sick, that's also another big pain point as well. So it's not necessarily getting the coronavirus that is the only consideration here. It's what if your transformer box explodes outside and they don't have crews to go fix it in time, right? What if what if you break your leg, or what if you have appendicitis right now? Are they gonna have the personnel? Again, I already had appendicitis, so it's not my problem. People get appendicitis all the time, especially people in our age group. What if you get appendicitis and you can't get taken care of? There's a lot of things to consider. How many coffees have you had today, bro? I am amped right now. The thing is, I only had one cup of coffee. Just with all of this going on, I am just like high speed right now. Like I said, I spent 4 hours yesterday itemizing everything. Got everything all squared away right now. All the bags, all the weapons, all the food, water, everything is organized, itemized. I'm ready. Working healthcare in my hospital is refusing to suspend elective surgeries. For now, right? For now, we're early innings with this. So, I'm just saying, we're early innings. Another thing is that they were saying that for a while they thought that people in African nations might be immune to the virus, right? They were thinking, maybe they have some immunity, it doesn't affect them. We're starting to see that that's not the case. So there are actually some cases in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, things like this. And here's the upsetting thing about that potentially is that there's a metric out there and it measures doctors per capita, right? So it talks about how many doctors are there in society per 1,000 people,
right? So in Europe and kind of countries that have very more sophisticated and more built out medical systems, they have about 2.2 and change. They're like 2.9, I think was the metric I heard. That's like standard Europe level. In America, what would you think in America? Probably a little bit lower in America, I would guess. In places like South Korea, really like technologically advanced places in Asian countries, I feel like they probably have the most, if I had to guess. But places, like Kenya and some of the African nations, they have 0.01 doctors per 1,000 people. So it's the type of thing is you think like, if there is a viral outbreak in those nations, it's going to be super rough, man, because the access to ventilators is going to be so much less. There's going to have way less doctors, way less beds, ICU beds per 1,000 people. So I'm taking it seriously, guys, as everybody should, right? And I actually could really learn a lot from you guys, and hopefully vice versa. And talking about ways to strengthen our immune systems, ways to like fight off a viral infection if we had to take care of ourselves, right? Or even if it's not you, what if your mom or your dad got a viral infection? How would you know how to take care of them, right? Because there's got to be some home remedies and stuff like that they've used for years. Not to say it's going to be more effective than actually like prescribed type of hospital grade solutions, but you may reach a stage where you're having these respiratory systems, you develop some sort of viral pneumonia, and you're going to have to take care of people. So we're going to talk about that stuff all throughout the day. I live in the UK in isolation for the next 14 days, so everyone else is doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing well too, man. I hope both will be doing well. Seems like the NHS is getting their act together with the testing too. In America, they're starting to get their act together with testing. So what they're saying is that there was a severe lack of testing in the early days, and up until like a week ago, coronavirus was not even really something that was tracked publicly like this. It really only escalated in the past couple days here, right? So they're saying that as this testing becomes more and more available, they're pumping out like millions of tests as we speak, as a result of the private sector like merging with or having that partnership with the federal government. They're going to be putting out like 5 million tests or something like that. So you can expect the amount of like confirmed cases to 5x or something like that in the next coming days. Giuseppe, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Remember, cargoes are out of hospital facility doctors such as dentists or chiropractors do not count on this list. So it doesn't count on the list. So they're talking about like family care doctors, surgeons, things like that only. So you're saying that those doctors could help out potentially. So is that good news or bad news? You guys spell it out for me. It's really talking apocalypse, but it's really just a second influenza. Let's discuss that. Is it really just a second influenza? I don't think so, man. I don't think it's a second influenza, because if you look at the mortality rate on this COVID, it's not to say COVID is new. H1N1, SARS, all those things were actually types of coronaviruses in the past. So this is not like some brand new thing. But here's the thing: the mortality rate globally on coronavirus is 4%, and 4% is a very, very disturbing metric for some of these doctors, because it's 4% at the very start, early innings of this type of outbreak, right? So this is when medical care is going to be at its best. Ventilators are going to be at their highest quality. They may ramp up the amount of production on them, we'll have to see. But, these are early innings, and we're still looking at a 4% death rate. I think the influenza death rate is something like 1%. So you're looking at like a 4x death rate. Also, for people who smoke and people who have bad respiratory system, it's extremely dangerous for them. Influenza is 0.1%. So that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about a medical system in Europe, in Italy. This is an advanced medical system with lots of doctors and actually a pretty decent amount of ICU beds per 1,000 people. I think they have something like 12 ICU beds per people. In the UK, they have 9. And in the US, I don't know the exact number. But even in Italy, advanced Western nation, 4% mortality rate. Hoping that's just influenza. A lot of people think that COVID is a meme, dude. No meme here, man. Any real World of Warcraft players already known to live in the quarantine. That's true. No, that's a funny. I like Tai Chi things for the comic. That's there, absolutely. We're used to social distancing, right? We were joking around about it yesterday on stream. thankfully, this comes very naturally to us as a group. Imagine how many people who already died of this, labeled as pneumonia or the flu. Yeah, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. Some of the, oftentimes you may think to yourself, all right, is this CNN sensationalism? Is this Fox News, CBS News sensationalism when they say, when they talk about this flu? I'm talking about some of the, like there's this retired doctor named John something in the UK, and he studied this stuff his whole life. And I've been watching a lot of his videos. And he's been actually getting a lot. Let me find his name for those of you who might be interested. A lot of you guys maybe have watched his videos recently. His name is Dr. John Campbell. I'm just going to link him in the chat. I'm just going to show him in the chat. He's been making a lot of videos about this topic. And I pretty much watched all of them. And even someone like him, kind of confirming what some of these news reports are saying, right? And then you have that Fushi guy who's the leading, viral dude, that's part of the task force, saying that this is going to affect between 40 and 70% of the population when all is said and done, and that the turning point is going to be when there are more people infected than not infected, so the virus starts to actually, the virus actually starts to go down, starts to round that corner. So what they're hoping for is people like him is they're hoping that if we flatten the curve and we drag things out long enough, right? And it's not really to eradicate the virus. The virus is just going to be something we're going to have to deal with. It's to slow it down, that we can get it to the stage that in 2021 they're going to have the first, they're going to have the first vaccines available, and they're moving pretty quickly with the vaccines, but that stuff takes a while. So that's definitely one thing that I don't know much about, guys. I'm curious if anybody knows about this. If you had to deal with a virus yourself, home care, is there a way to even do it, man? Because viruses are kind of strange. They're sort of not alive. They're sort of alive in the sense that they hijack your cells and force your cells to create the wrong kind of proteins. I don't know. It feels like you just have to. I always heard in the past you just kind of feel like viruses run the course, which is Jesus, man. Look at it bounce, dude. This pad's coming. I'm trying to survive this situation right now. Alright, next week's time. Hey, Carter, just hit 60 on my hunt. I'm completely lost. I'm not sure what to do next. Can you give me advice? Unfortunately, I don't have time to raid. I would just make a bunch of gold, maybe. You could, I don't know. Just run some dungeons, man. You run some dungeons and get some previous gear. If you don't have time to raid, it's not that serious, man. I don't know. You can do some PvP. You should probably get some dungeon gear, then mess around, do some PG, some PvP. That depends what your goal is, but don't get overwhelmed, man. Just run some dungeons. Start the group yourself. I'm a biology major, but not an expert. There's no medicine that treats viral infection. All you can do is produce your system and treat the symptoms. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I wonder if there's a way to make a respirator yourself, or some sort of makeshift respirator. So what is the goal of a respirator? Is it to provide oxygen? I assume it's your lungs can't get enough oxygen. That's one of the main symptoms of pneumonia, right? So you have to get oxygen into the lungs. So the respirator is basically some sort of oxygen therapy where it's pumping oxygen, with a little mask manually. Pure air, is that what it is? Yeah, yo, for real. Any smokers in here? You guys, now's the time to quit, man. For real. Because the death rate, the mortality rate on smokers is way higher. I mean, you're probably going to be fine. You're probably not going to get GG by it because we're all pretty young, even though we joke around about being boomers. But you should quit anyway, right? What if it just makes you weaker and you can't take care of your family or something? People who smoke are a real danger. Yeah, the death rate on males too is higher than women. You guys notice that as well. Yeah, I'm on lockdown. Yeah, I live in the Bay Area, and it's pretty insane, man. It's the first time I've ever gone through something like this as well. You know, there's something like 7 million people here that are now were through shelter in place for 3 weeks till April 7th. That's a long time. Now, that's another thing too, man. If you have fresh foods right now, you should probably eat the fresh foods first and keep the canned foods. With that said, it's pretty interesting that canned foods are pretty much king in this situation, right? I mean, fresh foods are good too, but when you go to the grocery store, if you're worried at all about the safety of the food handling and stuff like that, a lot of and shelf life, shelf stability, you're going to be opting for those canned foods, those processed foods, which is interesting. I went to the market yesterday before the lockdown hit. It was crazy to see. It was like a movie, man. No bottled water, absolutely zero water, zero meat. I went to the meat section. The meat section looked like an empty fridge. The only meat that was left was some cold cuts, pretty much, like some cold cuts bologna, cold cuts, salami and all that type of stuff. Like not really the high prio meats. I picked up some meatballs just to get some more protein as well. I'm curious how you guys would feel about a lockdown. I'm in a lockdown right now. How I feel about it, I feel like it's probably. I feel ready. I feel prepared. I feel good for it. I feel good. We're good. Everything is squared away. Everything's itemized. I did yesterday. Yo, you guys should consider doing this as well, man. So if you're at your house right now, go do a functions check on all of your gear. So actually go to your flashlights. Make sure there's fresh batteries in it. Go to your security cameras. If you use like a Blink XRT or any of like the Nest type stuff, make sure all the batteries are fresh and changed. Make sure everything is functioning well. Make sure you have bags that are ready to go. This is one thing I was going to ask you guys too. What situation would have to occur for you to leave your house? You know, when is it appropriate to actually go out to some sort of bug out location? There's not a whole lot that comes to mind. You pretty much are just going to shelter in place. You would have to be, in order for you to leave your house, let me think. It would probably have to be some sort of immediate physical danger. It would basically have to be like looting and stuff like that, right? But even still with that, I still think you're better off at your house. You probably have a way better shot. You probably have a way better shot just staying at your house. You start going outside, dude. Probably riots. Actually, it's a good call. Yeah, because riots, that's true, man. If there's rioting in the streets for whatever reason, and then you're dealing with like a numbers issue where you're like super outnumbered, right? Then yeah, no, it makes sense. But then at that point, you're probably not going to go to a bug out location. You're probably just going to go to another family house. You know the people who are killing it right now? I'm kind of jelly of them, man. The people who are killing it are people who have like country estates. You know, some of the wealthy families have that. Even if some people just live out in the country, right? They're out there chilling. They got some acreage. They can, plant crops. They have wells. They're chilling. They got the gate. They have the, those people are just chilling right now. You guys, a lot of you guys, live in the Bay Area. It's a populated area. There's neighbors on all sides. Not the greatest place to be, man. Really not a great place to be. MREs? Oh yeah, dude. Sorry, man, I love MREs. You guys can actually order the DoD MREs. You can, even civilians can order that on Amazon. I mean, it's probably all gone now, though, to be honest. 7 acres outside the city, damn, dude. I am jelly. I'm just so glad my dad was big brain enough. He actually had bought a respirator and oxygen therapy thing like way in advance, like months ago. I don't know how he did it. That was genius. You got 6 cases of MREs. That's what's up, Sarmy. That is so cool. You have the brown ones, Sarmy. The ones we it's kind of like I can pull one up later. Anybody ever have MREs? MREs are good. I like them. What's your favorite flavor? Did you try it yet, Sarmy? I think my favorite flavor is Southwest beans and rice. Maybe though. Hold up. Maybe not though. Favorite flavor? You know, actually, best MRE actually is the tuna one. You know why? Because they don't let us cook it usually. You have to just eat it cold. So the tuna, you already eat that cold instead of eating cold beans and rice. So the tuna one, you eat cold. And here's the thing, because it's a tuna can, and it's not that much food. They put extra shit in there. So they put like an extra bread. They put an extra M&Ms or something like that. So actually, the best bang for your buck, the MREs, if you have to pick one out of the box, is the tuna one. That was always my secret. Jalapeno cheese and peanut butter. Oh, dude, yeah, the jalapeno cheese slaps. I would always take advantage of that. People didn't like it, and you can usually get them for free. People just give it away. I like jalapeno cheese. But yeah, man, do a functions check on all your gear. It's gonna make you feel better, more peace of mind. You know, just make everything is in the right place. Everything is like really nice and squared away. Oh shit, this is bad. Okay. First off, Reacher's grass, rejuve, but everything is looking really good, dude. I spent, oh man, I kind of find it relaxing. I don't know if anybody can relate, but I spent a couple hours last night just going through everything, taking a account of everything that we have, right? You know, food-wise, making a list pretty much. Food-wise, consumable-wise, toothpaste, shaving cream, razors, all that type of stuff. Counting it all out. Doing a functions check on all your weapons, all your gear. Making sure the car, full gas tank. Oh man, I'm ready to go, dude. Those oatmeal raisin cookies. Oh, true, actually. The baked goods and the MREs slap. I don't know who makes those, but those cookies, like they're kind of crispy. If you ever had MRE cookie, that is absolutely, and even just the bread in the MREs is really good. It's got a like unique texture. That's what they do. I just started the level of Asian Classic 32 now. That's what's up, Trastes. Is it against the HC rules to use iMorph? I would say probably, yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's against TOS, right? Isn't it iMorph? So we're trying to make it a serious game mode that like Blizzard's cool with and stuff. I would say probably don't use iMorph. Yeah. I mean, I get it doesn't affect the balance, but the actual add-on, I'm pretty sure, is against TOS, right? So if it's against TOS, I would say. Oh, the lemon lime drink, true, and the mocha, true. Yeah, that's oftentimes only coffee you can get. What you got to do is you got to trade the coffee that comes for more food. You can't make the coffee because there's coffee in it, and a lot of people will make a ranger dip out of the coffee, so they'll take the coffee and they'll roll it up into a napkin, and they'll twist the napkin. Anybody know what dipping is? I think it's an American thing. I'm pretty sure. I never saw other countries do it. I don't dip personally. I think it's kind of gross to be honest. But you know, people have like a bottle and they dip and they spit in the bottle. You've seen that? So a lot of people, like in the military, they dip. So and you're not allowed to dip. So they will take the coffee and roll it up in a napkin and then put it in their gums, and it'll kind of give you a little bit of like a pseudo dip kind of buzz, I think. Snus in Sweden. Oh yeah. So you have it there too. Ranger dip. Yup. We need a slap emoji. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, dude. I don't know. This is like a kind of a needed posture check to a certain extent for a lot of people, I'd say. A lot of people, we forget how much of a privilege kind of spoiled life we live. I don't use the word privilege much, right? But we do live really good lives, right? Food is in abundance, everything is in abundance. So stuff like this happens. I don't think this is going to be the end of humanity by any means. I think we're going to overcome it together and have good teamwork, and it's going to be fine. But you know, I'm getting some kind of post World War. Kind of solidarity type vibes from a lot of people. People are getting their priorities back together and stuff like that. I don't know. Be right back, guys. Lunchtime with Wifey. See you soon. Peace out. The Pure in Canada is 25 a can, so no one uses it. 25 a can. Cheese and rice, dude. Cheese and rice. Me and all my brothers were in the food music industry. We're all out of jobs. Yeah, that's true. So they were talking about, what do you guys think about this? They were talking about giving everybody who works in those kind of industries $1,000 a month. Now, something needs to happen because those people are actually going to really be in trouble, right? Because the tech companies, banks, like my wife works for a bank, right? So it's not a problem. They can just work from home. It's not a big deal. You know, they just work remotely. It's already, you know, they already have. It's not a problem. Just have a conference call, whatever. But if you work in a restaurant as a server, if you work, what else? Maybe airlines, maybe music, sports, and you're not in kind of a corporate, you kind of have to get your, you know, roll up your sleeves. Those people are in serious hot water, man. Like, what do we do about that? But what I would say is that people will find, I mean, at the same time, you could always go to your parents, go to your grandparents. Not everybody has that, though. But, you know, that's what I would do right now. I would try to just hit up your family members and then just try to collab with them, join forces. You smoke around, switch the dip if you can. Ooh, interesting. Switching to dip as a health choice? What kind of world are we living in, ladies and gentlemen? That's insane. Switch the dip. It's way healthier in the coronavirus. So, like, you know, isn't that crazy? What type of stuff gets affected by this? You know, so you're saying, you know, maybe the dip people are doing better with their sales, and then the cigarettes are, you know, down. Just insane. What gets affected? Nicotine will suppress your immune system. Does it? Yeah, maybe. It's not the smoke, though. Yeah, one thing, guys, that I'm pretty excited about, I think a lot of people should be excited about, though, is right now, as we speak, companies, every industry the world over right now, pretty much, is rapidly, with a fire under their ass, finding ways to function remotely and to function and continue to do business, normal business, from home. So what does that mean? That means the whole movement of working from home is gonna get like really accelerated, right? So, you know, some industries like finance is kind of old school. They value the human contact. It's always how they've done things, and they're like, no, we shouldn't work from home. We need people in the office. After this coronavirus pandemic, like, dust settles, I think it's going to be way more chill and accepted to work from home, and there's going to be a lot more tools and a lot more ability to work from home, because a lot of companies will have already had that experience before. They're going to be like, oh, remember during COVID, like, we were all still dialing in or using this workspace or whatever, or even schools, you know, doing non-traditional teaching methods, maybe using tablets, whatever. So, I hope that the world moves towards working from home, because working from home is insane. It's one of the best things, you know. Working from, okay, quick straw poll of the chat. How many of you have to go into the office on just a normal day? How many of you have to commute into work? Let's just see. We're just type in put a 1 or something. Patch, what's going on, man? Every day, there it is. So, if I were to ask those people who go into the office how much they would value working from home in terms of money, right? Let's say if you made $100 grand a year, or like, let's say, what's the median salary in the US, right? Maybe like 70 grand or something. Let's say you made 70 grand a year. How much of a pay cut would you take to work from home? If I was in that position, I would think most people would probably value it at like 20 grand, which is a massive portion of their salary. Working from home is that juicy for a lot of people. You know, they would sacrifice 20 grand, and they'd probably save a lot of money too, though, at the same time, because you're working from home. You don't have to pay the commute, you don't have to go buy lunch when you're out, you don't have to go buy Chipotle every day, you don't have to buy a burrito bowl every day, you don't have to get a Coke bowl every day, you don't have to go buy a Diet Coke for $3, you know, and then, you know, and then the company is going to save a lot of money too, because if you're cutting that much off the salary of people, that's probably good for the company too, as long as everybody's doing what they got to do, and you can make everything very deliverable oriented. Okay, so what for those of you guys, what would you guys? How much is that worth to you? For those of you who commute right now, how much is working from home valued at? I don't enjoy working from home at all. No way. What do you mean, man? Don't like working from home at all. What kind of job would you have to not enjoy working from home? Honestly, I'm curious. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. 20 grand is way too much for you? But you get to work from home, man. You get to actually be chilling, like in sweatpants with your dogs. You just get the, I don't know, man. That seems so juicy. Maybe it's just me, but. Everyone in my company is scrambling to work as many shifts as possible before economy completely tanks, which is problematic in a recession. What is your industry? If I take 15K a year salary off to work from home, oh yeah, that's just some bricks. I'm on the same page, man. I was asking Wifey this. I mean, Wifey works 1 day a week from home, but after this, man, I mean, she works 1 day a week from home, but most of the time she'll work 2 days a week from home. She's a long commute, though, like an hour and a half or so each way. So for her, like 20 grand. If you have to commute for 1 hour to work, if you have to commute for 1 hour to work 1 hour away and you work 8 hours, it's a solid 20% of the salary. Yeah. I mean, she commutes like an hour and a half each way, right? So that is, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised though. People don't seem to be that hyped about the working from home. That could just be a personal thing, honestly. I feel like working from home is the dream though, because if you work from home, you can kind of. As long as you get your shit done and you still perform really well and you get a task and you do the task, you can travel and stuff too. You don't necessarily have to be at home. You can have a mobile office and you can go do a vacation if you want to do a vacation, or just so much more flexibility. Like when these kind of disasters happen, you're able to just make money, no problem, fine. How you liking Druid so far? Oh yeah, I gotta get you a bridge, definitely. He's still alive, huh? That's great. Can you give me more intel on Fury dual wielding for leveling PvP? So yeah, Fury dual wielding. We didn't do Fury dual wielding. We went arms dual wielding. I think it's better than Fury. I don't know what you guys think. I do feel like it's better than Fury. Probably just overall, but Fury is still probably competitive and like has its own merits as well. Like you generate more rage as Fury is the main thing, and you do have some extra survivability tools with like Piercing Howl. But Overpower is really juicy, and then if you do swap to a two-hander for the Overpower, which I felt really good to do, it's got to be better, man. If you're able to keep up with some weapon progression with a two-hander and one-handers, I think that's not one of those things that just sounds good in practice. I do think you can pull it off. We did it. The quality of life was fine. You can bake it into a macro, so every time you overpower, you swap to a two-hander. Felt really good. I think that's the way I'm gonna level warriors from here on out. What vacation? Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying right now. I'm just saying in general, man. In general. For me, it's great since I have everything close. I can wake up, go to my local bakery, 2-minute walk, buy fresh bread, and start my shift. Simply amazing. Alright, that's not bad. 2-minute commute. The title says it all, man. I heard on the news SF's on 24-hour lockdown. Oregon is getting shut down faster and faster as well. Damn, I'll take Oregon if you chill. Yeah, SF, the whole Bay Area. Lockdown until April 7th, guys. We're on day 1 of 22. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Imagine how much Netflix is going to gain from this. True, though. Oh, J. Allen Brack in the chat. What's up, man?
It's not another gel-cushioned 18-blade razor, because this is one blade, a blade for beards and stubble. Shape and shave any length of hair, and be your best you with Philips One Blade. Innovation and you. Philips.
How's it going? Washington is next. Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to do a whole domestic. I would imagine they're going to do just a domestic, just across the nation. Everything's going to be locked down for a couple weeks. Yo, Dustbone, what's going on, man? Good to see you, Dusty. What state you live in? I live in California, right now in the Bay Area. So a lot of stuff is shut down. Pretty much everything. I'm actually curious to see if the fast food places are shut down. Anybody know anybody from California? I didn't even peek my head out today. I just woke up, had the coffee, and started the stream up. I'm really curious to see if they shut down stuff like Mickey D's, In-N-Out. Probably, right? It's not essential, those businesses. Jack in the Box, all the fast foods, I feel like they gotta be locked down. Fast food isn't shut down. Oh, okay. They still do drive through and pick up. Okay, I was curious about that. Can you drive around? Yeah, you can drive around. So apparently this is how the lockdown works. You can go visit family members. You can go to the grocery store, gas station, or bank, or pharmacy. And those are the only places you're allowed to go. And you're not allowed to eat in food courts or restaurants. You have to take everything to go. Which all makes sense. I really hope my generator gets here on Wednesday, though, guys. You think Amazon is gonna? What do you guys think? The Amazon supply chain and the delivery chain is still gonna hold up? They gotta be getting a monstrous amount of orders right now. I mean, everybody's ordering on Amazon today. Wifey home car? You think she might? She might pop in. Yeah, she's home. She's home for the next 3 weeks. It's just so crazy. So crazy. Almost 30. Oh, that's what's up, Dusty. That's what's up. You're on the hardcore, right? Amazon in my area shut down. Wow. That's insane, dude. The CCP basically screwed us all by covering up the virus for months. I don't know, man. Did they though? I don't know if there's some conspiracy. It's a new virus. They just probably this is new. This is uncharted waters from a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like the response in America was. I hear that a lot. People say, "I can't believe America isn't testing. I can't believe America isn't testing." Like crazy. They probably had a couple weeks where they could have done this a little bit faster. But it's the government. It's the federal government, man. It moves slow. And I feel like now they're taking a lot of decisive action to help spread it, to help limit the spread. I'm just kind of impressed with the reaction so far. I'm putting all my Amazon packages in a separate room. Ooh, got a big brand. The first U.S. case was in January. We had 8 weeks to prepare plans to get test kits. Okay. They're prioritizing necessities. So the Amazon Fresh, or whatever you call it, with the groceries, is absolutely wiped right now. And you can still buy some stuff. Honestly, if you guys don't have water, I would buy some more water on Amazon. I know it's expensive, the 6-packs, but you really should have a couple cases of water. And your grocery store might be cheap. Yeah, I don't know. So, what do you guys think about the grocery stores? Do you think they're going to be restocked, like everyone keeps saying? I think this is what I think is probably going to happen. They're probably going to restock them, and the supply chains, I do kind of believe it when they say the supply chains are reasonably strong for now. But here's the thing, there's going to be people ready to gobble that stuff up too, right? I mean, if the grocery store gets new stock in the morning, I feel like there's going to be a line there. people who want to get in there. I mean, you're gonna be like social distancing, and then as soon as the store opens, bam, everybody's inside. You're going straight for the eggs, you're going straight for the bread, milk, water, all that, and they're just gonna be. They probably have to put a cap on how much water you can get. You think they should? They probably should. They honestly probably should, because then one person can just go in there and buy the entire supply of water if they wanted to. And they should do a cap. Like everybody can just buy 5 cases of water each or something like that. Only 3 of each item per. That's smart. That's smart. Yeah. So wow, your uncle's a GM of a big Y. That's so cool. That's why I love streaming. It's some perspectives. Hey, where's everybody from in the chat right now? I'm curious. Can we check in on the pandemic browser? Just 1 second. I'm gonna link you what I've been using to track it. It may not be the most accurate, but they do sync it up with the official government reports once per day at least. So I'm gonna link this to you guys, and it's just interesting to watch it. There's 84,000 people watching this right now. I'm gonna put it in the chat right there. Where are you from? I'm from New York. I currently live in California right now. Let's see. Netherlands, Iowa, Tracy, California. Oh, close spot. San Fran. Holy. Upstate New York, Finland, New York, Oklahoma, UK. How's it over there in the UK, James? NHS freaking out, or how is it? Denmark, Alaska. We live social distancing. Yeah, Alaska, you're probably fine, dude. You're probably fine. Yeah, there's lockdown in California, so the whole Bay Area. Well, 6 out of 8 counties in the Bay Area. So thankfully, the county where my parents are, they don't have lockdown, so they can still, move around a little bit. But where I'm from, lockdown for 3 weeks. Voting for the presidential primary got shut down today due to COVID-19. Thing is, you can still vote by mail, though, right? So it's not really the end of the world. Oh shit. Well, Kreenig and something else. We need Kreenig, right? Do I not need Kreenig? Sure I do. Oh, I do need Kreenig. Okay. Alright, I found it. Is water getting shut off in California? No, not at the moment. No signs that it would. It seems like people are, when I talk to people about that, it seems like people are very optimistic about the water supply and everything like that. What do you guys think about that? Is there any chance the water gets shut off? Like, what would have to happen in order for the water to get shut off? Is there anything we can look back at historically? Water is pretty consistent. Like, electricity usually shuts down and the water is still running. But it seems like people are putting a lot of the eggs. People are putting a lot of their eggs in the basket that says water will always be there. Tunes also won with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate it, man. Welcome. Welcome to the coronavirus bunker. I live on a well that's pretty huge, man. I live on a well. I actually have a well, but I'm lying. I'm hooked up. It's not waterborne, so it only shut off critical employees with serious risk. Well, what if there is a viral outbreak at one of the facilities, right? So I assume they have some kind of water processing plant somewhere. I don't know exactly how it works, but please don't pull. All right, we're good. But imagine there was like an outbreak of that, and a bunch of people had to go to the hospital. It would probably have to shut down, right? I don't think it's going to shut down though. I'm not trying to be a doomer here. I think the water's going to be fine. I do think the electricity though. People are kind of trolling on the electricity. So right now, with everybody at home, what do you guys think about this? Do you think the energy grid is being more or less utilized? So on one hand, all the businesses, or a lot of them, are closed. So I don't know what portion or percentage of the whole energy utilization is from businesses. But I would assume, you have like 100 people in this one office though, and they're all, they have this one light bulb powering a bigger area. If everybody's at home, everybody's watching Netflix, everybody's on the computer, everybody's cooking, everybody's doing this, I would assume it would be more on the more energy grid usage. Crix Gaming with your tier 1 sub gifted 11 total in the channel. Gifting it to my man Patch. Yo, Crix, thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. Energy grid is fine. Less. Okay, most people are saying less. Okay, that's pretty nice. So you think it's less, huh? Let's get some more responses here. What do you guys think? More or less energy is going to be used with everybody home? Way less from big end industry running at low capacity. Okay. Okay, so to play devil's advocate though, maybe the overall amount of energy used is less, but there's going to be more strain on the individual neighborhood transformer boxes. Or does that not even make sense? I'm not an electrician. I know barely anything about wires. It's extremely embarrassing. But the individual neighborhood transformer boxes, when you see the big pole with the telephone lines on it and it has the big gray box on it that PG&E comes around and, you know, there's probably... White wants to talk about refinance with the zero interest rate. Do anything to keep electricity up as long as possible. Wait, Solo, what do you guys think about this though? They're designed for high strain usage. Well, at least here in California, I'll tell you the energy boxes, they go out a lot. It happens once a month is a stretch. Maybe once every 2 months, the energy box goes out. So I would imagine, since there's really not a consequence of calling out for work, that there's probably less crews or more demand to go fix these transformer boxes. That I guess where I'm getting to is that if your power goes out, it's probably going to be longer before they can fix the transformer box, right? Are y'all allowed to go to work since you're on lockdown? No, everybody has to work remotely or just not work for a little bit. Geomancer, alright. Yo, AC Doc, good to see you, my man. Good to see you. I work for a water filter plant. If it gets back, we will live here. Bad. I work for a water filter plant. If it gets bad, we will live here. We will live here. What does that mean? You're gonna live at the plant? To prevent you guys from getting, dude, that's kind of big brain. That's kind of sad for you though, man. So if it gets really bad for the outbreak, they're just gonna keep you in the plant. You have to live there.
Weeds and gamers shall repair the earth. Rue raise fist.
Oh, what up, Greg? Oh no, that's not Greg. It's Cozy Crusader with the 20 coronas. I was about to say, Greg doesn't have that kind of coronas. Yo, is that currency actually called Corona? Or no, Krona, right? Thank you very much, Cozy Crusader, for the 20, man. For the 20 coronas. Kind of sounds like a call. Thank you, man. We are very good at social distancing, very naturally, right? So. Oh, crowns. You guys don't use called Corona gay though. Oh, okay, crowns. Thank you very much. Be smart and download a bunch of console or non-internet games. Yo, that's a big brain, Crix. You already know I have that though. If you look behind me, I got the N64, I got the GameCube, I got Mario Tennis. I got Luigi's Mansion, all the GameCube games, Star Fox 64. I'm good on that front, but I didn't think about that. True, man. So wait, what did you guys say? You think it's possible though that like if a transformer blows up, it's gonna take longer for them to repair that. Like that, I mean. That's got to be the case, right? So that's why I think a generator is pretty clutch. That's why I'm getting a generator on Wednesday. GameCube, yo. Should host an NPR, dude, one day. Gamer NPR. What are you guys concerned about, though? What are your deficiencies right now, guys? We're here to help. The hive mind. We're all here. You guys have any concerns? You have any problems? You guys have no water? You guys feel like you have no food? You have no gas? Are you worried about stuff? Let's talk about it, man. Hospital supplies in the next week. So one issue right now is a lot of the people that have to do testing are not able to get the protective equipment that they need. So that is, as they ramp up testing, that's a big concern. 550 watt generator. That might have been what I ordered, man. It might have been that or 7500. Yeah, but like, what do you need to run with the generator? What I would assume I would run is the fridge. That's the number one prio, right? Thinking about it, guys. If you had to run something with the generator, you would probably just keep the fridge on because your perishables are in there, and you don't want your perishables to go bad. And then other than that, probably run the security cameras. Because that's defense, right? So defense, you're dealing with food and defense there. Those are pretty, like, prio. Yeah, fridge bro number one. Breathing devices, yeah, big true. Don't have any myself, but like I said, isn't that big brain? My pops actually months ago he ordered a oxygen therapy and respirator and all that. And he's older, like I'm concerned because where his head was at was totally different from me. That's why it's so nice to have the hive mind. I'm over here worried about food, water, defense, all this type of stuff. And he's like, James, you're not thinking about your ability to beat a virus yourself. And I'm gonna keep referring back to that. Like, you guys feel confident that you could defeat a virus by yourself with no hospitalization? I don't know. I don't even know what the natural antivirals are. I would just YouTube it and try to make some myself, but I should probably have that turmeric stuff you guys were talking about yesterday. I should have some around the house. Wifey might. She's a lot for like makeup and stuff. Having some natural antivirals. Here's another big brand thing, guys. So, you guys know what NSAIDs are? What's an NSAID, guys? Finland banned over 10 people gatherings. Yeah, they did that same thing in the US as well. Central air unit, if it's cold. Yeah, true heat. I'm not too worried about that though, because that takes a lot of energy, right? So what's gonna happen if you power your HVAC? It's gonna use a lot of your propane or your fuel, not for a big reason. Because you can always just make a fire, or you can bundle up if it's cold. I wouldn't use it for that. I think fridge is prio. Yeah, NSAIDs. It's like an anti-inflammatory, pain reliever, fever reducer type of thing, right? So Motrin, Advil, what else? Things like that. I mean, I'll take acetaminophen as a NSAID. What else? There's a couple ones. It's a whole class of drugs. Pretty much, when people get a fever, and like let's say you're in Italy right now. Imagine you're in Italy, you got the fever, and people look for ways to assert control over the situation because you're feeling so shitty. And you just want to make things better. You want to do everything in your power to like heal your loved ones or yourself. So you naturally want to go take some NSAID. You want to take a fever reducer. It looks like the thing that you should take, and everybody has it. So this doctor named John, I forget his name, but I'm watching all his videos. I'm telling you, he's huge brand. His name is John Campbell, right? He was saying, no, not Benadryl. Benadryl is for allergies and it makes you sleepy. And so this is what he was saying, that you can save a lot of lives in Italy. There could be a lot of lives saved in Italy if you don't take the NSAID. I repeat, if you, for some reason, contract coronavirus, do not take Advil, ibuprofen, NSAID. Isn't that bizarre? I literally never would have thought. Isn't that crazy? There's basically what happens is that, once the virus enters your body's immune response is to get these febrile, to go into a febrile state, raise the temperature up. It's an immune response. So when you lower your fever, you're actually like preventing your body from addressing the issue itself, which seems so crazy to me but you already know there's people in Italy, because I would have done it too. Imagine if you got, coronavirus right now, you'd be popping out all day because you'd be feeling so shitty and want to, lower your fever. But, I mean, and again, like, obviously don't take this too seriously, because that you think you could change, maybe I'm obviously not a doctor or anything, but that was a very mind-blowing thing.
PlayStation.
Yeah, I heard NSAIDs are bad with COVID. Yo, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that could actually, help some people. If your fever exceeds 105, take an NSAID because 106 causes brain damage. Oh, okay. I feel like you're a nurse or something, Selena. You have some big brain knowledge, man. I was going to enter a uni EU this autumn and leave a very bad place I live at right now, but I'd not be able to fly there. Yeah. It's super dangerous to want 140-degree temperature for a long period of time, though, and ibuprofen can bring that down. Yeah, see, that's usually... You guys have thermometers? So I have some thermometers, but what concerns me is honestly, the thermometers I have are not that accurate. I really don't think they're accurate. So I have some disposable ones, too. And, you would be surprised. They're probably all cleaned out right now already, guys, but anybody know what a Dollar Tree is? Probably the European folks won't know what it is. Or Dollar General. I say specifically Dollar Tree, because that's where I go to stock up, just on like extra kind of preparedness supplies. Just the extra. Like, I'll just pop in there and then just spend like $50 on stuff, and then you get 50 items. So you can get a whole lot done at the Dollar Tree, man. It's actually pretty solid. Like, you can get ibuprofen there for $1. You can get gauze. Just stock up on tons of gauze. You can get, you can get masks there. I mean, it's probably all just wiped out right now, but in future reference, Dollar Tree is huge. Just go there and stock up on tons and tons of extra medical supplies. Afternoon, bro. What's up, Mocha? Good to see you, man. They just started with hardcore. It's really fun, although I died 3 times at like level 6, but I'd like to participate in the tournament. Would it be legal to stream on Discord? Thing is, Discord doesn't capture. That's the thing, Modlars. You'd have to review the VOD afterwards. But if you don't think you have a shot of being like in the top place, man, then it doesn't really matter, man. You can stream on Discord. But in order for it to be like kind of counted towards the runnings, then you have to stream. Mocha only with a 2-month hot streak, 3 months total sub. Thank you so much, Mocha, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Alright, let's go back to Crossroads. We can finish this. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Record locally? You could, but I'm saying for the competition, we used to say stream or record locally, but we had some issues last time where like the person couldn't upload it in time, and it was really, really tight, and we couldn't give it a good review. It ended up being fine because we reviewed it after, but streaming is definitely just the play for the tournament. Wasn't it anti-inflammation drug bad, anti-fever okay? Oh yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, paracetamol. They're saying that might be one exception to the NSAID. I don't know. I think what they said is perfect. If you get a super high fever where it's potentially going to cause brain damage, then yeah, definitely take a fever reducer. But if you can help it, try to just get through it without that. So, all right, moving on to another topic, because in the interest of prevention is better than the cure, right? Are there any confirmed ways to improve your immune system, guys? I have some thoughts on this matter, but we have time right now. Pretty much all of us are healthy. We're still in the early innings of this. If we want to improve our immune system and get healthier and get stronger so that we never get GG'd, what can we do right now, like confirmed ways of improving it? Is Tylenol bad for kidneys? Tylenol is acetaminophen, right? Acetaminophen, why do you take acetaminophen? I really don't know. Because, yeah, it's a fever reducer, yeah, it's a pain reliever, but no one really knows exactly how acetaminophen works. It just does. why would you not just take ibuprofen? The way I look at it is like we're all grown-ass men and women, right? So we're probably inflamed in some way. It just is what it is. We're getting old. Like, there's probably some shit that's inflamed at any given time. I'd rather just take ibuprofen. I don't see any real use case that explicitly calls for acetaminophen. One, you don't really understand how it works, like mechanically, as well. It's just kind of like this mystery. Two, it has those types of things. People say that it does affect kidneys or whatever. I don't know. I just feel like it would be strictly better to take ibuprofen. Oh, it depends on interaction with other drugs. Okay, that's kind of big. Exercise and healthy diet. Feels like exercise is the play, man. Especially, alright, I mean, this may not exactly be rocket science, but it's coming together for me. So especially if this COVID is, the main thing that kills you with the COVID, right, is is the pneumonia, right? Shortness of breath, and your lungs aren't pumping that well, right? And they're saying smokers are the most at risk. People with compromised respiratory systems. So honestly, this probably is true. I'm guessing right now. Let me know what you guys think. Cardio. So strengthening your lungs has to be the play right now. Doing cardio, getting your heart rate up and getting your lungs like strong. So, right? It's got to be, because that's what ends up killing you. Right? The pneumonia, the viral pneumonia that does permanent damage to your lungs. I think you got to get your lungs strong, dude, for real. Like, more so than other just viruses in general. Like, I think with specifically COVID, having strong lungs is going to be massively, massively clutch. Because if you defeat pneumonia, it's probably your lungs doing it. Yo, Niville, what's up, man? How you doing, Waller? NSAIDs will do damage to the GI lining at high dosage you have taken without food. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good little. So yeah, don't OD it, right? I probably take too much ibuprofen when I do, because like in the military they give you they don't give you the little soy boy 200 milligram pills. They give you 800 milligram pills. It's like a fatty pill. So I got used to that dosage. So every time I take ibuprofen, I take 4 of them, which is 800 milligrams, which may be OD. I'm not sure. I'm a somewhat larger dude. I'm about 200 pounds or so, and 6'1". So I figure a lot of those dosages were made for, you know, everyone of all sizes included. So I figured 800 milligrams would be fine. Some people take 1600 milligrams, because I remember when people were hurting, like their hips were all jacked up or something, they would give them 2 of those 800 milligrams. I had pneumonia right before COVID rolled around. Definitely don't want round 2. Yeah, it looks terrible. Shortness of breath sounds extremely terrifying. Ibuprofen. Yeah, some people take 1600, man. Young people are not at risk. Old people are, but young people can carry the virus. Young people are at risk in many other ways they'll go through. I hear you. Like, I don't think we're going to get GG'd by the virus. With that said, there are still people under 30 that have coronavirus, man, and there will be some casualties from that. But I'm saying, like, if you get hurt in another way and you have less access to medical care, or, you know, even just financially you get messed up, or let's say that you need, you know, a certain type of medicine, there's less access. All I'm saying is you got to think of the indirect implications of it and how it could affect your life in other ways, because the financial impact on the global markets is probably potentially going to do more damage than even the amount that human casualties are going to experience as a result of this, right? Because there's already like $2.2 trillion in stimulus going around the U.S. I already imagine other countries going on. Like, there's probably all types of care and aid going on. So everyone's going to get affected, man. I would take it very seriously. I'd be curious if there's a way to make some kind of respirator at your house. 1600 milligrams ibuprofen is okay, only if it's very short term. Okay. Yeah, let me get a drink real quick, guys. Let me finish my drink.
Nicorette proudly salutes the quitters. Over 1,200 Canadians give up smoking every day. Nicorette gum is clinically proven to provide fast relief of cravings to help you quit, so you can join them. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
Alright, back. Stay healthy and relaxed. Love that you help us ease our minds with this awesome Drew love. Please take care of this torn well. I'd love to see him doing 60 within the next 22 days. Yo, that's pretty kind of you to say, my man. Thank you very much, Jenner. There. Man, oh man. Just got the message from my boss that we are going to work from home another week. Oh, dude, it may be a little bit more than a week. It may be a little bit more than a week, man. What professions are good for a troll warrior? I was thinking about mining and skinning, but not sure. If you're going for pure raw gold, John, if you're doing like a hardcore character, then skinning herb is the best. But it seems like you're not doing hardcore characters. So with that said, you probably want to go mining engineering. Mining engineering would be really good. Well, leveling up because you can use the auction house and stuff like that. I would probably go mining engineering. You get bombs, stuff like that. Because you're just playing a normal character. Prepare for months, boys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Yo, I mean, at first I was thinking you should have enough food for like a month or two. Maybe now I'm just. Well, I mean, what do you guys think, man? I think I could last about 6 months right now. I'm trying to be realistic. I think 3 months comfortably. Another 3 months if you really pushed it and started eating all the stuff that you don't want to eat and stuff like that. 6 months. I mean, I hope it doesn't get to that point, but. Have you ever tried to consider dual boxing while leveling? I'm totally over multi-boxing. I did it for the first couple weeks of Classic, or maybe even the first couple months of Classic. Everywhere I went, that was dual boxing. I had IS Boxer, and I pretty much would always and only and exclusively play the game with 2 accounts running at the same time. I've sort of come full circle with that now. I don't feel like it's good for the game. It should be against DOS, so I stopped doing it.
Strength.
Depends if people will pull those up on the fridge. Yeah, I mean, that's why when I did another pass for more groceries yesterday, because you know, when you have lots of food around the house, you eat it at an increased rate. So I was thinking to myself, man, we were tearing through shit. We got to get some more stuff, so I went out and I did another pass. 4 to 6 months of food store restocking for some 2 months. Yeah. Yeah, man, I mean, so I thought we had a ton of stuff, right? I don't know if you guys are in a similar boat. And you're probably going to go through the same thing. If you actually itemize everything out and write it all out, and you put it all out, so I took everything we had, and I put it on the dining room table and all in that whole area, and I counted it all up, all the paper towels, all the TV, all the food stores, everything like that. When you see it all in front of you like that, it makes you realize, wow, we really don't have that much. So if you do the same, you might think, you know, you bought 3 cases of paper towels in a day. You may think you have a ton. If you list it all out, you're going to realize it's not that much. I'm not going to do this quest. It's too late. What am I going to do? Let's see. Let's go do... Oh, we still need the Zebra too? Okay, we'll just finish that real quick. You know what's tough? Buying 3 months of baby food. Yeah, man. But babies can eat regular food though? You don't. It doesn't have to be baby food, right? Well, what is the whole reasoning again of why baby food even exists? I wonder. Because we never had baby food for the tens of thousands of years we existed. All my meals are from local delivery so far, and they're expected to not be affected by COVID-19. Can't help but wonder though. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, it's concerning, right? Like when you order food, that's what I'm saying. Processed foods are weirdly kind of king right now. Never experienced that before. But when it comes to viral outbreaks, the processed food is actually safer food. The thing is, if you're going to eat delivery and stuff like that, now is probably the time to do it because we're still in the early innings, right? So the chances of some stuff being infected is pretty low comparatively to how it's going to be down the line. So also that when it comes to getting more food stores and stocking up, now is a better time than later. Anyone hyped for the cup still? Oh yeah, dude, I'm super hyped. On the 28th, we got it going on. I'll still be in lockdown mode then. What's the cup? The cup is a Hardcore Community Cup number 2. The first one we had a lot of great traction with. We had 2 to 3K concurrent viewers. People had a good time. Had a nice finals on it. We're going to do Hardcore Cup number 2, which is going to be on the 28th. Everybody can play in it. Make a new guy. We're going to simulate a fresh server environment. Cup is going to be packed. Everybody's inside, right? True though. True though. Yeah. That's the weird thing. So while most entertainment is probably getting GG'd, it seems like, well, what do you guys think? Do you think more people are watching streams now? I'm looking at the viewership right now on the side. It seems like it's about normal or even a little bit less. Usually you have a couple people streaming 2, 3K. It seems like less people are actually watching right now, just in general. Something about all the channels that people watch. Weird. You would think it'd be more, but I don't know. Twitch and YouTube have been having slowdowns because of all the people watching. Wow, that's insane. Yeah, no, I'm on the same page. I wouldn't rely on delivery food. Whew, kind of low, 73. Zebra slap. You have an award for the cup for best stat. Yeah, that's a great idea, dude. I was thinking about that the other day. Wouldn't that be sick if we had a vote for best stat, best this, best that, like more fun stuff? Because a lot of times people watching aren't necessarily even that hyper interested in who's going to be the fastest, but they just want to see entertaining deaths. They want to see like nice moments. So that's one thing we could do. Highlight some of the greatest moments, some of the best stats. It'll also give players who don't really have a shot of being like the fastest a reason to actually try their best, right? I like that idea a lot, my man. Not hit our 4th zebra move. Wow. Okay. Hey, win a 6-pack in TP, man. Also, dog food. Make sure you guys have enough food for your pets, right? I ordered some more, but I will put them out. Yeah, I think I could hold it down for 6 months. As of right now, I don't think I wouldn't have to step outside of my house. As of right now, for 6 months. How long you guys think you could hang in there for? Hear that? Hear that, man? Someone's at the door, man. I don't know who that is, man. No one's selling solar panels right now. Those doggos, right? 1 second. If I don't come back, I'll call you next.
baby, no motion. 4 jewels in the black bourbon and we custom.
Guys, what's best practice with this? I got a new package right now. Do I de-corona this? Do I wash my hands? Probably, right? A little safety exercise on stream. Should probably wash my hands. We'll do that. Dude, good to see that Amazon's still pumping though, right? Y'all wash your cell phones first of all. Big true. I'm actually surprised that I'm surprised stuff isn't spreading. Cell phones are just. There's almost no way around it too, right? Doesn't that kind of surprise you how dirty cell phones are and how you kind of have no choice but to touch it? So you can keep trying to wipe it down, but yeah, you can see the holes, the cracks, right? Ammo getting low. Thankfully, no concerns there. I have a ton of 5.56, 22 long LR, 9 mil, 12 gauge slugs. I'm good on that. Super good. I've been doing little mini kind of mini little kind of tests too, like functions checks on gear, equipment, strategy, and stuff like that. That's why I feel ready, dude. Put on latex gloves before opening the package. Gloves and washing it after. It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, man, I'm ready. Everything is ready. That is the strat. This is the strat that I feel the most kind of hype around. I don't know. No one really reacted to it yesterday, but I'll tell you, the number one way to practice home defense, or the number one strat for home defense, I really do believe in my heart of hearts, and every single person can benefit from this, is to set up a fighting vest for yourself. I know you think I'm crazy, man, but it is the most revolutionary thing. It was the type of thing I just knew it was the best play ever as soon as I set it up. And what do I mean by that is you set yourself up kind of a chest rig fighting vest that you have right near your bedside, right? And I'm telling you, man, in a 5-second window, because you pretty much need to be ready to go in a matter of seconds, not minutes, right? There is no time to scramble and get everything you need. So in a matter of seconds, if you were trying to, in a sleepy, groggy, dark state, all you got to do is put on a vest, which anybody can do reflexively, and then you are in like peak fighting condition. I'm telling you, man, it's the play. It's the play. Nobody knows. I hope someone tried it. Not a thing in Europe. Well, it could be a thing anywhere. You just set the vest. You don't necessarily even need to have firearms, man. I'm telling you, you don't need to have firearms, but I'm just saying, you had everything you would need in a vest. This is what I mean. I'm asleep, I'm unconscious, I wake up, middle of the night, you just look right, look left, grab your vest, and throw it on. And if you think about it, at that point, yeah, fighting vest. I don't think people are understanding what I mean by that. You have everything you need and then some. So, you have like a pair, at least for me, I have a pair of handcuffs, I have like a flashlight in one of the pockets as well, you have tons of extra mags around the bottom part, and then, you have a secondary weapon. You don't necessarily have to, if you're in a place that doesn't have firearms, then you could, just put like, an extra knife or some kind of like bear mace or something like that. But you throw this vest on, because if you didn't have that vest, you're going to be like butt naked in your house, holding like a pistol or something like that, and you have nothing else. You have no extra mags. You have nothing. You're just standing there in your boxer shorts. You know, you're not really in a great position at that point. But when you have a vest on, man, oh man, you become so much. Your power level spikes way up. What's in the vest?
Cargos has one of those Call of Duty tutorial training courses in his backyard. Looters better beware. The Chad doesn't mess around.
Yo, Chris, thanks for that, dude. No, I don't have a training. I do have a nice little plinking setup though for the air rifles. You can't discharge firearms here in my county, so why do you need weapons to fight a virus? You don't need it to fight a virus, but you need it to, you know, if there's scarcity of finite goods and resources, and if someone tries to break in or something like that, like I live in a very population-dense area, right? And, you know, someone tries to break in and grab stuff or whatever, you know, I'm picturing a McLovin vest. Oh yeah, zip ties. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I'm telling you guys, this is #1 proprietary strat. It will give you so much more peace of mind. Give you so much peace of mind for home defense. It could be whatever you have access to, but you set up a vest. This is what mine looks like right here. It's a vest that you just throw on. You can do it while you're groggy in the middle of the night. It has compartments on it. It has Molly webbing on it. You can keep like a speed loader in one. You can keep, what else is in there? A little flashlight, little high lumen flashlight. Best thing ever, man. It's just a strat that I'm like most proud of, man. No, I have sappy plates. Yeah, well, you're talking about the IOTV, right? I have that by my rucksack. It's not a bulletproof. It's not a bulletproof vest. It's just like a little flick. I live in Germany. I never thought about such a thing. I'm telling you, man, it's the best play. Because if someone is going to break in your house, you're going to only have seconds to react, right? And you're not going to be in a great state of mind. You're not going to be ready. And if you're fumbling around, and you can even try this in your house, try to actually lay down and envision somebody kicking in your door. Oh, I have a flashlight in there too. Yeah, there's one right in the pocket. Multiple flashlight sources. There's also just one on the actual. You know, but imagine someone kicking in your door, and you're in your boxer shorts because nobody's sleeping fully clothed up in tactical gear. Like it's not gonna happen. You're gonna be in your boxer shorts. You're gonna be butt naked. You're gonna have sweatpants on, like like a tank top or something like that. Someone kicks in your door and you have 10 seconds to get on target. 90% of the people watching right now would be fumbling through their drawer trying to find shit. Like it would be too late then, to be honest. So, practice it, have some kind of system that you can do when you're in just a really like semi-conscious kind of state. The guy that breaks in doesn't have a gun too. Oh, they're gonna have a gun in America. If you're breaking into a house in America, dude, there's a lot of guns in America. Like if you're gonna be that type of person to go try to loot and break in, you're definitely gonna be strapped. My husband will all of a sudden come to the room and say, "Okay, think about someone trying to get in the store. Now what do you do? Don't think of that." I get that deer in headlights. That's what I'm saying. That's where you gotta practice it. And I'm telling you, the whole fighting vest thing, I think is genius. You can look at all these different, home defense channels, preparation, readiness channels. For some reason, I never saw anybody advised to do that. But all you got to do is throw on a vest, and then you're more than prepared to deal with the situation. My old captain used to tuck a pistol into his sweatpants when he was home in Baltimore. That's some safety implications there. Yeah, exactly. You got to practice too, right? And rap too, because honestly, people always say, people want to have all these, flashing type of firearms, whatever it is to defend your house. But you need to be proficient with it. If you're more proficient with like a bow and arrow, use a bow and arrow, dude. You actually have to be proficient when you do this. Bow and arrow is actually kind of slap too, though. Where'd you get your vest? I think I just got mine on Amazon. But yeah, go look at like a Flick Fighting Load Carrier is what it stands for. That's the abbreviation. So it's just like a little, you know, it's not like an armored vest or anything like that. But this is the abbreviation. It's a Fighting Load Carrier. Order a vest, have it shipped to your house, and then just load it out with everything you would need to address a situation somewhere to break in. Right? Some zip ties, you know, handcuffs, flashlight, you know, whatever you have access to, some kind of like secondary weapon system, anything like that. Where do you live that you have 22 days of lockdown? I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I live in East Bay. Crossbows, think about crossbow. Is the crossbow, you only have one shot. Because the thing with the crossbow, if you ever used it, you have to step on it and then pull it back. And it's got like, it's kind of heavy. It's like 50 pounds. In some kind of break-in or like home defense kind of situation, you have one shot with the crossbow. You could have one prepped right there, and then you get up, you get the crossbow, and you fire like one bolt. But after that, it's pretty much easy. You're not gonna reload that. Those crossbows slap though. You get like even the little handheld ones, very very powerful. You can get repeating crossbows. Oh really? I didn't even know that. Gotta use the click to hold on the tactical MRE spoons. Oh yeah, true. I knew a guy who insisted he would be able to defeat an intruder with a gun with his katana sword he kept next to his bed. He insisted he could be up and slicing faster than someone could shoot. Hey man, I mean, each their own. How many titanium sporks does your Flick carry? You can carry quite a few. Yeah, I don't know. I think one thing people sleep on is having some kind of handcuff or zip tie. Because imagine if somebody did break into your house, what do you actually do with them until the police get there? It's probably going to be like 15 minutes before the police gets there. That's one thing about where I'm at right now. That it's not that I think the police are incompetent out here. It's that it's going to take them probably 15 minutes to get out here. And where I used to live in the past, it was more kind of hood than where I'm at right now. Like I used to live in Yonkers, New York. Yonkers, there's like lots of murders and violence in Yonkers. Like that's where the Lodge, JDS, all of them are from. There's like some projects in Yonkers as well. Yonkers is rough. There's all this stuff is happening on a daily basis. But the YO police department would be out there lickety split. You call them and they come out in force, like high speed SWAT gear, everything, helicopters, whatever they need. Here, call the local PD, 15 minutes, man. It'll take them 15 minutes to get out of here. Yeah, I mean, if they end up, activating the National Guard out here and having them, I will probably have to do something, guys, to be honest, because pretty much what it's looking like is that the healthcare system will get overwhelmed at some point. You know, it's about flattening that curve, right? So if that is the case, you know, they're definitely going to have National Guard set up little makeshift hospitals. I would imagine, right? Just to help have extra critical care type of beds. So, but that type of stuff I don't mind doing. I think it'd be pretty sweet. That's the main reason people sign up in the Guard. People don't necessarily sign up in the National Guard to go fight overseas. Far off lands, but helping your home country and helping people in a very real sense like that seems pretty awesome. How much time and money went into creating the space you stream in? Not that much money, man. I made a lot of the stuff myself. Time took a couple months to chip away at it. It's an iterative process, but I'm pretty happy with it now. Thanks for the nice words, man. Alright, we'll turn to the zebra hoof thing. Did you have COVID-19? I don't know, man. I haven't been tested. Hopefully not. It's possible. It could be asymptomatic. Sawed-off shotgun. Sawed-off shotgun would be good. Thing is, there's a they're actually illegal where I'm at, Nicholas, and pretty much most places in the States, sawed-off shotgun's illegal. There is a barrel requirement, with the minimum, there's a minimum requirement. So I think the shortest barrel you can have is 18 inches, right? So definitely though, short barreled 18-inch barrel shotgun is fantastic for home defense, absolutely. You can put a nice little shell saddle on the side, and you can put like slugs in the shell saddle, and then you load it up with 00 buckshot. So pretty much you have access to two different options, right? So you have it cruiser ready with buckshot in it, which is what you're going to use in 90% situations. But if you need the extra reach, you need the extra distance, you can pull a couple shells off the saddle and load up some slugs. And slugs are like one huge metal piece. So people think of shotgun, right? Whenever you think of a shotgun, you think of a big spread, like bird shot, like it sprays out into a big cone and hits stuff. A slug is just a solid chunk of metal, so you can actually shoot pretty far with a shotgun. Lazanta, holy smokes, with the monster raid, dude. Oh my god, Lazanta, dude. Thank you so much. What is going on, man? That is insane. Lazanta, 206-person raid into the channel. Thank you very, very much, my man. I really appreciate that. Guys, we gotta shout out Lazanta. I have not had the pleasure of meeting this fine human being yet, but I look forward to the pleasure. Welcome everybody over from Lazanta's channel. We are currently in day 1 of 22 of lockdown with the coronavirus going crazy like this. My name is Cargos. I live in the SF Bay area, and we are on shelter-in-place orders right now for the next 3 weeks as of right now. So we're just kind of making do with that, talking about Corona. Everybody's talking about Corona, talking about WoW. Absolutely. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lazanta, thank you very, very much, my man. I really appreciate it. Even with the buckshot spread, it's not as big of a thing. Yeah, absolutely. I'll watch some of your YouTube videos. We really got some new people in here, for real, for real. Yo, thank you for the next comment, Exy. Look at all the follows, man. This is huge, Lazanta, man. A lot of these people, new faces. Welcome, guys. So we're also doing the hardcore challenge. I haven't been playing super serious mode right now, but we have one life, guys, at one from Lazanta's channel. If we die, we have to delete this character. You might have seen some other people doing the hardcore challenge. So that's what we're getting into. You see how far we can get on this guy. Another one, Flame Strike with the 1 viewer host. Thank you very much, Flame Strike. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Goodbye. Alright, let's turn in Zebra hooves. There he is, Lazanta. Happy to be here, dude. I really appreciate that, dude. That is a huge host. Hey, Lazanta, man, if you ever want to come on Good Morning Azeroth or anything like that, if we want to do a podcast, we're overdue. We got to do one this week, guys. I think Thursday we're going to do one. Death Camp and Dunedin. They say they've had some people asking if we quit. We did not quit GMA, don't worry. We've just been slacking a little bit. All right. Our leaders. Oh, Prowler Claws. That's what we need. Okay, so we're going to do Semiflange and Prowler Claws. Let's do that right now. What is OP in World PvP? Lock or Hunter? Both are phenomenal World PvP classes. A lot of people will tell you that, like people like OG Haptics, Big Brain, Rank 14 players will tell you that Hunter is the strongest open world PvP class. I would probably disagree with that. I've played Hunter extensively. I've played it 3 times as a main in a vanilla environment. I think they're incredibly strong in the open world, don't get me wrong. But I think the absolute Mike Tyson pound for pound heavyweight champion has the belt, always will have the belt, has the crown, is a Soul Link Warlock in World PvP. That is just the creme de la creme, the strongest pound for pound heavyweight champ of open world PvP. And as a hunter, I developed a little bit of envy to warlocks, because I would fight them 1v1 and I would just go, oh my god, these guys have so much gas in the tank. They have Hellstone. If I do somehow by some miracle Viper Sting them to death over like a 2-minute fight, he's gonna pop back up with 50% health and finish me off. Warlocks are the stuff of nightmares out in World PvP. The thing is about Warlocks is most people don't really play them in that Soylent capacity. People actually meme on people playing Soylent. They call it Soylent. That's one of the things about TBC I'm excited for. Soylink is no longer kind of a meme. It's expected it's expected that you play SLSL. So that kind of is going to reinvigorate me playing Warlock. Thoughts on Druid in World PvP? Actually, Druids are very, very strong in World PvP. They're one of the strongest classes in World PvP. They're very, very hard to lock down as one class. Almost impossible. Like a geared Resto Druid or something. Can any one class kill them? I don't think so. In a duel, maybe if you're restricted to that circumference of a circle. But if there is a Resto Druid with full health and mana, with decent gear, trying to get away, I don't think any class can kill them. I don't think so. You need help. You need some kind of like root or peel, or you need something, man, to help out. You need like some setup with them. If you 3-shot Resto Druids, they probably just had pretty shitty gear, man. I'm telling you, if they stack stamina and they're spec properly, I don't think any class can like burst them down in time. And the thing is, even mages, which are just fantastic at like sniping people out, the Druids kind of counter the mages. In the sense that they can just shift out of all of their roots and slows, so the mage really can't lock them down. They can outlast the mage. So mages are pretty popular in PvP, right? And Druids are the stuff of nightmares for mages. They just counter their whole kit. Can't poly them, right? They outgas you, and they'll just chip away at you. Here's the thing that I've heard about Druids, though. First of all, they're tricky to play because you don't know exactly what to do when you play Druid a lot of the time. What line of play do you take? You definitely don't go into bear form or cat form and just man fight something. That's pretty much never the play ever. You don't just go bear form and maul something to death. You don't just go cat form and claw something to death. It's a hit and run style of gameplay where you're constantly swapping in and out of forms, throwing up heals, then going back into animal form to tick back up your mana so that you can out attrition people. You have to work for all of your wins as a druid. It's not base roll unless you're fighting someone with a very different like level of.
I know we're going through this water crisis
and everything, but I looked online and I couldn't find anywhere that they were asking people to shower together. Yeah, I'm just finishing up for you.
he predicts 70% of the U.S. will have coronavirus by mid-May. That's what I keep hearing. These big brain experts in viral diseases and stuff.
They are saying that it's almost inevitable that between 40 and 70% of the global population will get coronavirus. That's an unfathomable number for people. I mean, if that's true, how many people is that? Because how many billions of people are there on the planet right now? If half of the population were to get coronavirus, how many people is that? And then they say out of the people who get coronavirus, they say I think it's about 12%, I believe is the number. 12% will need some sort of intensive care or hospitalization. I believe that's what they said, 12%. And then out of those 12%, I think they said, like maybe half of those people would need a ventilator or some shit. That's a lot of people. I mean, that is. I don't know. I don't buy it though, honestly. I know I'm talking about prep and all this, but I don't buy that though. You really think half the global population will get coronavirus? That just seems insane. I mean, we already have places like South Korea right now that apparently appear like they are halting the progression of coronavirus. This is some of the best possible food, guys. Right? So I don't really personally, I don't really trust China's reports on them having control of the virus like shit. You know, they're saying that they have it under control. I've been monitoring that page I just linked. They've been at like 80K for days upon days now. And it doesn't look like the virus is spreading. I don't really necessarily believe what China's saying about that. But South Korea is, a U.S. ally. We got, military bases in South Korea. And I don't see a whole lot of reason for South Korea to want to cover stuff up. And it seems like they're stopping the spread there in South Korea. So that to me is the biggest sort of case study here, or the biggest example of maybe a society doing a really good job of stopping it, right? So there's some inconsistency there when people say 40 to 70% of the global population is going to get coronavirus, but then you also see in the early innings South Korea already halting it. I think it's a possibility that in 2 months we could stop it like South Korea stopped it. What do you guys think about that? You think that's possible? 2 months and we'll be fine? Or at least turn the corner? Here's the thing that is very scary though, I said it earlier on the stream. South Korea is one of the most technologically advanced nations. They are, gamers, they are machine learning, automation, all this type of stuff. They're actually very progressive technologically in a lot of ways, right? And they probably have a lot of doctors per capita. What people are saying about Africa in particular, of how they have 0.01 doctors per 1,000 people, and now we're seeing corona in Africa. That is the stuff of nightmares, right? And how fast that could ravage African nations if it were to spiral out of control. I think there's a lot of eyes monitoring the current state of affairs in Africa right now. It'll come back next year as really influenza. It might be the type of thing. It does, yeah. Yeah, it might be. I mean, people are hoping that it's going to be a vaccine or a set of a series of vaccines. South Korea started testing much earlier and they're much more respectful of being told to stay in their homes compared to other countries. Yeah, whatever they're doing, it seems like it's working, and you definitely trust the data there. African nations will have similar infection rates. Others, they'll have more deaths. Wait, no, those two are correlated, right? Those are correlated. If you need more infrastructure and organization to prevent people from going outside and spreading it. So if there's less access to healthcare, there's less, public service to keep people inside, weaker supply chains on food, water, electricity, and amenities, you're going to get more infection because you're going to get more infection. Weaker infrastructure across the board is going to lead to more infection, and then that infection snowballs. Did we really get a huge snowball name was probably that that old folks home they've been talking about. You guys been hearing about this? Like, for a little while, like half the deaths were from this one senior center or something like that. It's probably as close as it gets, but I don't know. I mean, we're gonna start testing on a much broader and larger scale right now here shortly. Just like pumping out all those tests. We'll have to see where we do that. Doesn't seem like he had some huge viral rampage yet. India, that's a good point. I don't know though. I feel like India very I feel like they would have amazing medical facilities. Am I wrong? The thing is, India is huge, right? And they do have a lot of slums and stuff. What is that area with that river? And the river is like a spiritual river, and people like drink the water or something. They might have the strongest immune systems ever though, because apparently there's all kinds of fecal matter in that river and all types of crazy stuff, and they drink it. They might be just straight up immune to coronavirus. Probably develop some next level antibodies. Dude, imagine you drink that water, you survive. You probably turn into a superhero. I think if I drank that water, I think if you drank that water, half of us would die. For real. I feel like half of us would die. So if you drink, yeah, again, if you drink the Ganges and you survive, I don't think coronavirus will touch you. I think you're next level, dude. You have like immunity to everything. No, it's not racist, not at all. I got lots of Indian friends. It's cool. I love Indian food. I'm just saying with this, that river is extremely dirty, right? If you drink from that and you survive, you're probably good to go. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they would have, because India, they're very on board with technology. They have a lot of really good technological advancements there. So I feel like they would cryo help. Make it a national priority. I don't know. I just maybe it's a gut thing. I feel like they would compete. The good thing about African India is they have younger population. That's true. That's true. India still has a problem with swine flu. I don't think it's going to do nothing to COVID-19. Which one is, so one of those, it might be bird flu or swine flu. I think it's the H1N1 or something like that. One of those is also a coronavirus. We aren't doing anything South Korea is doing? What do you mean? One of the things apparently I heard South Korea is doing that's really good is they found their patient zero apparently, and they were able to go contact everybody that came in contact with that patient zero, and was able to get that information out, and people are playing ball, and they've been going to great lengths to find out everybody, the people who have coronavirus have been in contact with. Oh, one thing I heard about too, guys, I don't know if it's true or not. Somebody was saying that in China, they made a new law that if you go into an airplane, you have to get a temperature check, right, to see if you have a flu. And if you go into the airplane and you took ibuprofen to lower your temperature to try and like pass the test, and you get caught for doing that, you go to jail. About that. You actually go to jail. That's legit. I mean, what if we did that in America though? Maybe not jail. What about you just got like a big ass fine? Jail is a little extreme, right? Because what if you did it by accident? That's the thing, man. There's gotta be people who do that by accident, man. Imagine you go to jail by accident. You're not feeling well, you have the flu, and you forget that you have a flight, and you take. Yeah, what if you have a flight, you forget you have a flight, and you take some ibuprofen for 2 hours, then you go to jail. Oh, the little rogue is still alive, right? You don't forget. I will die. Oh my god. I don't trying to figure about intent. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good law. Did you guys hear about what happened with that Florida guy? Anybody hear about that? There was a guy who was going to Florida, and he didn't tell anybody on the plane that he tested positive for coronavirus. How pissed would you be if you were on that plane? There was a guy who knew he had coronavirus, but he wanted to go home. I mean, we can all empathize with that a little bit. He's just trying to get home. He had his wife with him, though. Like, what are you trying to get home for? What? You have your wife there. Just saying, just chill in Florida or chill wherever you're at. He didn't tell anybody on the flight. And then when they touched down in the destination, he let someone go. No, he let somebody knows the story. He let the people on the airplane know. So he did let them know at some point. He didn't just go home. At that point, you might as well just go home. Like, he just incriminated himself big time, big time. He told them, hey, look, I got tested positive for coronavirus. And then all those people have to get quarantined and all that. That's a proper criminal, yeah, dude, that would be good. That's why I'm so happy I'm not going to Philly, man. I was supposed to, I should be in Philly right now. Your National Guard has this pandemic related use. They've already activated the National Guard in a bunch of states. There's already a lot of stuff going on in California with the National Guard. I can't get into too many details with it, but the National Guard will definitely play a role in this, probably throughout all the states. And I would imagine that one of the major roles they play is to help set up additional testing facilities, to help set up additional makeshift hospitals, almost like you're in a war zone, right? To hand out supplies, to sanitize areas, to hand out food, to do stuff like that. Basically, just to assist and have more boots on the ground to assist like overwhelmed healthcare force. So if I get called to do that, which I probably will likely have to do at some point, I think what I'll likely have to do. I don't want to get into too much of it, but I would actually kind of excited to help out because that's the reason people sign the National Guard to help out on this stuff. Hurricanes, natural disasters, things like that. But they already activated in a bunch of states, and there's COVID trainings going on. Hopefully you get called to action. Hopefully they provide the right type of masking gear for you. For some reason, I don't think they would, man. I was looking at some of the new shell guard who are out there. They're just walking around in OCDs. Like, they have no mask on or anything. I don't see some clips. Patrol cap, OCDs, walking around. No protective gear, no eye pro, nothing. And that's a new shell, which is like the center of the corona epidemic out east. I feel like they should give us some masks at least, but...
It's not another gel cushion 18 blade razor because this is one blade, a blade for beards and stubble. Shape and shave any length of hair and be your best you with Philips One Blade. Innovation and you, Philips.
Absolutely hyped to help out in emergency. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Help out the league. It isn't airborne? It is airborne though, right? It's gotta be airborne. It's airborne, right? I'm saying it's not airborne. Don't someone sneeze when you get some of it on, you know? Or maybe that's different when you sneeze, is that not considered airborne? It is airborne, right? Yeah. Sorry. Mask do nothing unless you already have it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's gotta help. It's gotta help. There could be other stuff that you can run to, common cold, other stuff. Protects you from touching your face when you have something over your face. I think that's a myth, man. The mask will really help you. I really do. coronavirus can go through it, but just being in a hospital environment or being around sick people, it's probably going to protect you from other stuff. Having the mask on. Could be the cold, could be something else. It's also going to signal everybody around you to concentrate themselves, they're being sanitary because there's people here that care about health and safety. Because there's a health and safety kind of reminder every time you see someone wearing like a mask. It'll stop you kind of touching your lips or face if you have it on. The thing is, all the masks are out. You can try and buy them on Amazon, I think they're all off. The virus is inside of a water droplet or whatever, the mask protects the droplet and the virus. Thank God we have WoW times like this. Yeah. I'm kind of finding it a little bit harder to play WoW with all this going on here. My mind is so distracted thinking about all this stuff. I love streaming with you guys, man. I appreciate you guys so much. Being able to get these real-time perspectives from different countries, it's pretty insane. Since we started streaming though, guys, I have not seen a single person from Italy in the chat. I've asked this question, like where's everyone from, a couple times. Nobody from Italy. Kind of spooky. I will ask you, is there anybody actually from Italy? Someone can say it from Italy. I mean, I just read it. But that is kind of spooky. Oh, Second from Italy is here? I don't think Second's been in the chat though, so I'm saying it's kind of spooky. There was people from Italy in the past. In the chat. Oh, he's been here? See, even if I'm saying this right now, it's really no Italy. Dude, I'm really not even joking at all. This is actually dead serious. There's usually always people from Italy in the chat. At least a couple, I'll see it. There's been 0 people from Italy. They still have internet in Italy, right? It's not at that level. They're still just inside chilling, like, playing games and trying to find internet. Kind of disturbing this. Italian internet also got corona? Dude. Maybe they're just maybe they're actually all just busy taking care of each other and stuff. Like they might be actually just trying to have a level and stuff like that. Let me see how many cases they have. Oh my god, yo guys. Dude. I'm not trying to hype everyone up right now. But within the last, since I've been streaming, I shit you not, Italy has 3,500 more cases. I think maybe closer to 3,000. I know it was at 28 something. Before I started streaming, I've been monitoring this every couple hours, like every maybe they just made a big update. I don't think so though, man. They usually update this every couple seconds. It looks like they got. Oh no, it just updated back down again. What? Oh no, never mind. It's up again. I would take it with a grain of salt, but yeah. 31,506 cases. That just went way up, guys. Like 3,000. And the thing is, the U.S. cases shot up by over 4,500. Or 1,500 in the last couple hours. Spain got a huge spike as well, 11,309. Dude, I really feel so bad for that Italy, man. I really do. I don't know what exactly happened there with Lombardy. 10 minutes ago, I checked it was 28K. 2,800, right? Or no, 28K. Yeah, you're right. It went up by 3,500 since we've been streaming. That shot up to 2,503. That is unbelievable, man. Dude. That's in the chat for our brothers and sisters in the internet. Golly. UK got it, yeah. Man, yeah. Maybe because there's more testing available. I don't know. It's all going up. People are saying that it's going to be cheaper the next couple days. So we're going to testing. The thing is, you got to see. China hasn't budged. China has been under 81K for like a week now. That's a little bit suspect from my perspective. You really think that they haven't moved at all? Because they don't publish numbers? Well, they were publishing numbers or something, like for a while. Youngest person killed was 39. Yeah. I'm not buying these Chinese numbers yet. I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. If you're looking for a light right now, or like hope right now, look at South Korea. South Korea, when I started watching this chart a few days ago, it was at number 4. It was behind Iran. And it was roughly where it's at right now. It was 8K or something. It might have gone up a little bit. Like it might have been low 8,000, like 8,050 or something like that. It has only inched up a little bit to 80 million cases. They're doing something right in South Korea. I kind of trust South Korea, man. China probably at 1 mil. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's just so crazy, dude. I feel so bad for North Korea. Well, you know what? I don't mean any disrespect by this at all. I mean, Italian people are amazing. I have so many Italian friends, grew up in an Italian blue collar Italian town. But I do think part of the reason possibly of why it spread so fast in Italy, can you think about this, is that they are kind of like they have low social distancing in their culture. What do I mean by that? Like they're very like they like to hug, they embrace, they give each other like kiss on the cheek and stuff like that. That probably played a factor, I would imagine. Yeah, family dinners, probably just like sharing from the same same bowls and stuff like that. That's gotta be a factor. Can I send you an article on depression? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's gotta be. Man, for those who are watching right now, we have it pretty good still right now, man. We gotta learn from Italy here. We gotta learn from Italy. Try to set yourself up for success with this, guys. Yeah, please do. Get water, get everything you need right now. Where's Russia? Oh yeah, that was another thing. Russia's a bit. We have. If you look at that stream I linked you guys, on the right side, on one of the small flags, you'll see Russia. And Russia apparently has sub 100 cases last time I checked. Let me check again. Let me try to find it.
What's touchdown?
A Soviet-controlled program was designed to create human weapons.
I was confused at first. I finally got my head.
I'll link it again for you guys so you can take a look. It's a pretty interesting stream. So many people watching. Russia's our neighbor with 270 cases in Finland. Yeah, I don't know. It's a big country. Thing is about Russia though, Russia has high social distancing in the sense that isn't Russia a huge country, but it's all spread out, right? Like it's a huge country, but it's actually very sparsely populated in Russia comparatively to other countries because it's so massive. You look at the country the size of Russia, you think it might be one of the biggest countries in terms of population, but it's actually a really small country comparatively to its size, physical size. So, and oh yeah, it is definitely very cool. Russia took precautions and closed their borders in January. Oh, damn. Very spread out. Yeah, the city, true. What countries have the highest natural social distancing? What do you guys think? In terms of people kind of just have more of a, it's pretty interesting, more of a personal space between them. I don't know where America stands on that. I feel like we're kind of touchy a little bit. You know, we shake hands, we go to a meeting, we shake hands, kind of hug, we go to happy hour. We do share drinks and stuff. Japan? Oh, true. But Japan's getting kind of slick right now. But Japan is extremely population. No, you're probably right though. Japan, like they bow when they're going to business meetings and stuff. There's no actual physical contact there. With that, and I don't know if they share drinks as much. I'll put Japan right there. Finland, I'll come to Finland. Why is that? I don't know. Russia is also playing cold. COVID is resistant to extreme weather. They still can't survive sub-freezing temps. What do you think the temperature is like in Russia right now? Is it freezing cold? It's springtime though. Well, definitely the Russian cold is insane though. Even back World War II, and not even just World War II. No country has ever successfully invaded Russia, except for maybe people said the Mongolians or something. You guys hear about that? Genghis Khan. Maybe back in the day, I'm not sure. But I have heard that nobody successfully invaded Russia. It's too cold. It's too strong. Why is Carlos grinding peons? What's up, actually? I'm doing a quest here. I'm just not doing it now. I'm doing the Sailor Witch quest, right? And I know we're getting used to the Orphics these days. People say all the time, we love the cartoons, how short it is, we love it. And yelling at each other in Doom Room chat is like other toxic channels, and hopefully we keep it out of here. Let's create a little refuge. Hey, that's well said, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's been too bad. People are, I mean, in times like this, guys, we gotta realize all of us are pretty much cut from the same cloth. We're all playing WoW, we like Warcraft, we like high fantasy stuff. Like, we're already kind of a small community in that sense. Gotta stick together. We gotta look out for each other. We gotta cook each other. We gotta cook each other's heads. Eve Tier 989 Twitch Prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mongols and various golden horde types have invaded Russia, but yet not since then. Yeah, true. Russia's insane. Okay. So let's hit this battle now. 10 hours later. This spawns two guys. We gotta be careful. Apparently, I think the only state in America, by the way, guys, that doesn't have COVID, guess what it is? You guys are gonna know this, but super random. I wonder why. Russian defense is OP. Russians are pretty badass, I gotta say. They come off as a very strong society. You look historically, you look at the Eastern Front, as they say, right? In like Russia, Nazis pushing into Russia and looking at some restoration there. The Russian people are a hardy people, man. They are actually badass, I gotta say. I don't know about the Russians. Wyoming, Montana? Oh, is it there too? I thought it was West Virginia. That's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing. Let me see. U.S. states without coronavirus. Oh yeah, no, only one state. Only one state. I'm pretty sure it's West Virginia. Only one U.S. state has not reported a case, and that state is. I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, West Virginia. As of late Monday, West Virginia was the only state that has not reported a coronavirus case. but the state was also among the last to gain the ability to test for the virus. Oh, okay. So they probably have it then. Yeah, how are you going to confirm a case if you don't have the ability to test? They're going to start testing now, we'll see.
What?
Yo, does anybody actually have coronavirus in the chat? It's okay, you can tell us, man, if you actually... I feel like this many people, there's got to be one person.
You're looking for a decent rating board server. Probably Incendious, Robulus, maybe Farina. A lot of these like some of the servers have big populations, pretty decent faction balance. How is Farina's popular faction balance actually? I know there's a lot of people playing on it, but maybe the faction balance is tough. I would say number one choice for me if I was going to play on a new server, I could give it a real serious shot would be Robulus. Robulus seems like so much fun. I have a hangover, does that count? Not quite. Not quite. I've actually had it one of the first three. No way. I kind of believe it. I've actually had it one of the first 300 in Sweden. No way. Did you get pneumonia from it then? Grace from Motherfucking Days in chat? Dude, what? Is this the real Grace? Yo, I love the new emote Grace. There he is. Actually him. What's up, Grace? How you doing, man? How are you, buddy? Staying safe, staying corona-free? Oh, White Mane? Yeah, that's true. I heard White Mane's pretty good. I'm undergoing self-isolation getting tested tomorrow. I mean, if you were to get coronavirus, though, guys, this would probably be the best time to get it, though, right? Might even be the play. What if you just got coronavirus now, got it out of the way, while there's still ventilators, and then you're chill, you're like immune for like years and years. It's not even a totally glass half empty. Right now, the healthcare system doesn't seem like it's too destroyed right now. All the machines are probably still in decent numbers, still in the early innings of it, so even if you do get it, there's still even something to that. There's still something kind of hype about that. Not even really immune once small mutation and everyone's screwed again. I mean, your body's probably going to be better at fighting those types of viruses in general, though. It's the worst time. Hospital capacity is at a breaking point? I don't know, though, man. You think if the hospital capacity is at a breaking point now, we may have not seen anything with regard to that, bro. Like, what if in 2 months from now, 100x more people have coronavirus? Then you're really, that's a whole other beast. Everyone talks about corona, can we talk about something else? I think though, I feel like if we were to talk about other stuff, I almost feel like there would be an awkward elephant. What was that expression? Like the big elephant in the room. Everybody's thinking about stuff, right? It's affecting everybody. Why am I so weak, boys? Why am I so weak? Why am I so just like unbelievably weak? Taking back up on Nature's Grasp.
No way, dude.
Can't fight two mobs, yo.
Unbelievable.
Beer, I actually bought a bunch of beer.
Fucking
so, not even that I plan on drinking beer. One, it's liquid. Two, did you guys hear? Anybody here ever watch the? Anybody ever watch the documentary How Beer Saved the World? What's up, baby man? How you doing, man? I'm doing good. Doing good. Just enjoying the lockdown. Trying to hang in there. There's a documentary out there. It's called How Beer Saved the World. Pretty good documentary. I watched it like a number of years ago. Oh shit! I'm low. Please don't miss. Oh. God, I never felt so weak on a character. I'm not even dodging this. I feel so weak on Druid sometimes. I haven't got skills in a minute. The documentary was legit, right? So you know that beer actually, they said that people who built the ancient pyramids they're pretty much drinking beer. Okay, here's the thing about beer. So if the water supply does get contaminated or something, alright, hold on, let me explain this right. Somebody explain this. So back even in the early days in America, when they were setting up America, the water was stuffed. The water wasn't clean, and they pretty much drank beer for hydration purposes. But I think it was a way milder version of beer. They drank a mead or something like that, which was a more watered down version. They pretty much drank that stuff to survive. So that's one aspect of it that I feel like you could drink it in that capacity, in that light. If something would happen to the water supply or whatever. Two, morale booster, which is definitely a real thing when it comes to survival and preparedness and stuff. Three, it's an amazing bartering tool. So, you know, people are going to get bored or something happens, you can maybe trade some beer or, you know, whiskey or something for some food. So, beer actually is pretty valuable. Same with some wine. I got some bottles of wine as well today. That show was great. Yeah, I enjoyed that. The Egyptians did, yeah. It's the pyramids, right? The ancient pyramids, they said. They worked for, I think they were paid in beer, they were drinking beer or something like that. Same in the Roman era, wine is just water. Yeah, so I see it's definitely legit. It's a legit reason to actually stock up on beer or wine. And when it comes to hard liquor too, you know, back during the Civil War and stuff, when they used to do amputations and, you know, these horrible things, they would just be pouring whiskey on just disinfectant. You can use the liquor as a disinfectant, and also as pain relievers. So if they were, you know, if they were going to actually saw somebody's leg or arm or something, they would probably just give them a stick to bite on and give them some shots, you know, of whiskey. They would just go for it with the bone saw. Will there be a part 2 TBC train? I want to hear about other classes. Oh yeah, James, definitely make some more content on that. The bacteria died in the process of making the beer because of the boiling, making it more healthy. There it is. The finisher. He appears. Yeah, the interesting thing that I learned the other day about DAX, guys, with regards to this, no one knows exactly how this whole corona thing started. Some people say it's from the wet market in Wuhan. Some people say it's from this biochemical lab or something near wet market. I don't know. The one interesting thing about bats is that apparently they have extremely strong immune systems on bats. I don't know why. They just do. And they live in colonies, right? Bats are crazy. Bats are just crazy. Like don't they have you know, they got supersonic powers? You can do that in Pokemon. Was that supersonic? They can see without seeing. They can use they can bounce sound waves, make little clicks or chirps and bounce sound waves, and they can navigate with that. You know, navigate in the dark. They're just these crazy animals. They have insane immune systems, so they can survive lots of diseases that we couldn't survive. So when you eat a bat, or if you mess with bats, or whatever, you start getting bats involved, they have their carriers of these hyper-developed diseases, viruses, because they live in these huge colonies of thousands and thousands, and they're kind of passing it back and forth to each other all day, every day. And you know, it's mutating, and then more bats survive it, and they have this kind of like expedited natural selection type of thing going on. So I don't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about bats. So that's why there's potential reason why you wouldn't want to eat bats or handle bats too much. Maybe that's what a bat is. It's a kind of spooky animal. Yeah, true. Sharks are badass too. I mean, it always blew my mind with whales though. How whales can actually make a noise and ping that noise off stuff that are miles away. Right? And, you know, pretty much locate things that are miles away. Like a blue whale, right? Whales are just insane. What about sharks? Sharks are badass. There are a reason that most zoos do not have bats or vultures because they carry a huge number of diseases. Oh, vultures, huh? I can see that because they're always eating dead stuff, right? So they probably get all types of weird rotting bacteria and stuff like that. Interesting. Pangolin? What's a pangolin? That sounds like a Pokemon. Dude, what am I looking at? This looks like a sand shrew. This looks like a straight up sand shrew. Kinda cute. Kinda looks sick. Dude, it's kinda cute, man. Pangolin? I never saw this in my life. Hey, Cargos, are you on lockdown for real? Oh, no, I'm definitely on lockdown for real, yeah. For 3 weeks. Simon. Where are you from, man? The whole Bay Area where I'm from is lockdown for 3 weeks. Pangolins are dope, dude. I never heard of that before. Scary anteaters? Oh, scaly anteaters. Yeah. That's true. That's what it looks like. I sent you an article on Discord. I'll check it out later. Oh, everybody's on standby, Sora. Everybody's on standby. Thing is, Sora, I'm not actually fully trained up in one MOS or whatever, so I'm not that deployable in my current state because I'm still in the training thing. With that said, I can still be called upon and stuff, but it's probably happens. I'm going to go to my local RSP and help out there. But a lot of guard modes are getting across the entire country. What does lockdown mean? So lockdown means pretty much, at least here in the Bay Area, you can only do essential stuff. So you can go to the bank, you can get groceries, you can visit relatives, you can go refill your prescription, you have to go to the pharmacy, but you're not allowed to go public resorts. There's no restaurants, there's no movie theaters, there's no sporting games, there's no shopping at outlet malls. Basically martial law. No, it's not martial law. Martial law, in my mind, is when you have someone with a gun pointed at your head if you break the law outside. It's a rule of law by force. The force is very, very obvious and there. Why did this not work? Oh, I'm so distracted. Martial law is when you have, military personnel, I would say, or it's not the military police that is, forcing you at some sort of physical gunpoint or something to abide by stuff. Right now, it's not that. You're not going to get arrested probably if you leave. You actually might get. I mean, you probably get fined or arrested, maybe if you were doing something stupid, right? What if you were at what if you threw a party outside? You have a keg. You threw a kegger in the park right now, and you invited all your friends. You put out a big blast, and you're blasting EDM music or whatever out there. You'd probably get in big trouble if you did that. Are you in LA? No, I'm in Northern. 25 uniform. Yeah, it's a hot mid though. Actually, most of my friends are 25 series. Most of my army friends are 25 uniform, Sigma Sport, all that type of stuff. They got really good bonuses too, sign bonuses, but yeah, it's too long for me. You can call martial law, especially if you're going to a nationwide lockdown. Well, what would you define as martial law? What is martial law to you? I don't think we're there yet. martial law ever appropriate?
Maybe
When you think of martial law, you always think of it being a bad thing. Maybe it's not always a bad thing. What if there's a bunch of rules? What if it escalates and people are told to stay inside because it's getting really, really bad and people keep breaking the rules? I don't know. Martial law is just government control. Guys, I only got 2 beers. Should I go buy 2 more for tonight's gaming? I would go buy a bunch of beer. It sounds like you might be a little bit lacking on supplies on that. People are being fined for being outside without a purpose in Spain. One guy fined 200 euros for being outside riding a bicycle. He was lollygagging around lackadaisically. I don't necessarily blame him. Why is he riding a bicycle? I feel like he could have easily gotten away with it, though. Instead, he pulled the guy over on the bicycle. Sir, stop. What are you doing out here? And he's probably like, oh, just going for a little ride, just doing a little exercise, and it was a good agenda. He could have just said, hey, I'm looking for some rent. I'm gonna get some milk. Hey, I'm looking for some food. He would have been fine. Martial law in the military, that's kind of what I thought it was, yeah. None of what is happening with my president makes sense, especially because the death rate is not that high at the moment. Actually, the death rate is soaring. People are pretty shocked at it right now. People like to exercise, and that's why you should have had a legit purpose. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should have just said he was getting food or sitting here and visiting his grandma or something. But the death rate to a lot of these doctors is high. They say it's about 4% globally right now. But these are in very developed, advanced healthcare nations. This situation is taught me that everyone has at least one conspiracy theory that they believe. I don't know. I don't know if I believe in conspiracy theories. Let me think. What conspiracy theory do I believe in? I really don't believe in any. I'm sure conspiracies happen, but I've never really. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think human beings aren't that coordinated to like pull out these huge conspiracy theories. I honestly think people are blowing stuff out of control by ammo and guns and stuff. I mean, ammo and guns are good useful to have. Ammo and guns, man, if you're buying an excessive amount, I hear you, like you're just loading up and you got a whole garage full of 5.56 and stuff, you should have some ammo and guns. IMO. Tuskegee experiments were good. Oh, I heard about that. Hey, Steve, good to see you, bro. No coronavirus, love to see it. Where are you from, Daytox, man? Daytox, big supporter of the channel, man. Good to see you still alive and kicking. Love to see it. Never seen more unqualified people actually content is this YouTube chat. Actual content is what, man? Everybody's got a thing on the internet, man. This is pretty tame. I feel like the chat we have here is pretty tame compared to a lot of places. You live in Phoenix? Oh, okay. Not too far. Are you guys under lockdown there too in Phoenix? It's dangerous for me to get COVID-19. I have a weaker respiratory system. Oh, damn, dude. Hate to see it. Gotta do some, I mean, you can improve the strength of your respiratory system, right? There's stuff you can do on that. Do some jumping jacks, honestly. That's really get your heart rate up. That's really breathing heavy. Just keep doing that. Stuff like that. I'm doing fantastic. Just showing painting some miniatures. Oh, damn, that sounds mad fun. I love painting miniatures. I enjoy painting miniatures in Warhammer probably more than I enjoy playing the game. I I really love it. And I wish I had some right now.
Can
We talk about the fact that three states have their primaries today and no one is showing up. Oh, it makes sense though. They're just trying to keep by the social distancing, man. I would say that they could just vote by mail though. You know you can vote by mail, right? Not a lot of people do it usually, but with this, they're probably just going to do that. Probably the military teach you about meditation. Meditation? Oh, I never heard about that. They did in 86, huh? Damn. I mean, everybody has their own ways of meditating. I definitely think meditating is legit. Meditating is, you know, being introspective, reflecting on things, putting yourself in your mind. Would you say it's still safe to go to birthday parties? Whether it's safe or whatever is one thing. Depends on what you do, right? But you should probably respect social distancing. So you're not trying to gather more than 10 people. So if there's more than 10 people, just, try to make a sacrifice and don't go there. No, man, only if you get here in Arizona. Gyms and movie closed down, but nothing's mandatory. Restaurants and bars are still open. Oh, okay. It's probably coming though, man. If it weren't for my alien family, I'd go rub the bug all over me and become naturally immune to fuck Warhammer Brothers with all the top and nerd when I'm done. Dude, I wonder if that's the play for anyone. If anyone's tried the big brain to get the disease early. When they're in good peak physical condition, there's plenty of ventilators, you just took the L early. What server you on? This is Blood Sail fucking news, my man. I wish I could stock up on guns and ammo, but it is not legal in Sweden. Well, you can own weapons, but they need to be locked away, unloaded, and disassembled. You need to be an active hunter or sports shooter to own a gun here. You Americans do not know how lucky you are. Man, that is... I'm not gonna lie to you, that's kind of rough, dude. The thing is, it's kind of good news though, is that the bad guys in Sweden probably not guns either, right? The thing is, in America, probably all the bad guys have guns. No, you know the thing that kind of would trouble me though is what if you're on like a 1v2, 1v3 kind of situation. Because yeah, if you don't have guns, whatever, but then if you're against like 1v3, it's kind of easy. Can you show your macros? Sure, I don't have too many on this guy. The last year I tried hard at that. You need an absolute fuckload of macros in the place to go. It's kind of one of the downsides. Like, I mean, I'm talking 40 plus macros. Well, I don't need guns to save my country. What about 1v2, 1v3 though? I'm glad though. I'm glad, definitely. I'm definitely glad you should save your country, man. But, we'll just get like 1v3. This is going to be a strong case for whoever thought about today, thinking about how fortunate we are. Dude, I feel very fortunate, man. Absolutely. No, I feel very, very fortunate. Strict gun laws in Finland because somehow we're close to the most armed nation in the world. Oh, huh. Basically, every strong against one macro. That true. That too, and also a what do they call it? Not focus, whatever. Mouse over. That's one thing. Not even screwed. I'm pretty sure every class needs mouse over macro value because it just makes it just way better. There's going to be situations where that's going to be useful to have. And I'm very late to party with that. I disagree with the gun thing there. Even if guns are banned and we're criminals for guns, I mean, I'm not gonna argue with you on that, man. The thing think it's about us Americans in a lot of ways, guys. I'm not trying to generalize too much, but we are people that like tries to take things into our own hands a lot of the time. We're pretty individualistic in America in a lot of ways. You know, we're entrepreneurial, which is a sign of individualism, as opposed to like what is the other end of the spectrum, like collectivism, right? We're pretty individualistic. So even if the data doesn't make sense, you know, and like we're statistically less likely to, you know, we're statistically less likely to go into harm's way if we didn't have firearms and weapons and all this. It's part of our identity to be like a self-reliant, independent. You know, part of that is the ability to. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not gonna argue with that.
Alright, let's finish this up.
Probably do good option. Plenty good ones.
Jesus Christ, dude.
One butt of our we had went around pretty much taking notes after that. He knew what was going on. He was a great officer. Yeah, there's been being in butter bar is kind of a meme, right? So you have to try to not be mean. Try my best not to be mean. Thing is, I know about myself. Like, I'm not some high school low drag, airborne ranger, freaking, you know, hard charging in battle or anything like that. I'm not that. I want to be a good quartermaster officer.
Why am I having trouble doing this? It's so fucking weird, man. What? Makes no fucking sense.
Alright, Sound Flange, that's done. Oh, Prowler Claw, we should do that. Yeah, that goes for 2A in USA. Nice, yeah. Quartermaster officer, pretty much, you're like supply chain, logistics. You know, you're making sure that, you know, the different moving pieces have the supplies that they need to operate, making sure everything's in good condition, everything is organized, you're monitoring that. You're in the armory, right? Like making sure all the weapons are clean and organized, accounted for, safe, and all that kind of stuff. It's like supply chain. Some people that go quartermaster or go logistics or supply chain, they always say that there's good translation to other jobs as well. Have you started Bullock? No, I actually had to recycle one. I'm not sweating that. Not sweating it. No, Ben is a logistics officer. RAF. Oh, RAF. That's England, right? I've never been deployed or anything, but I have a lot of friends who've been downrange. They tell me that they always like the Aussies and the English soldiers. So they're very good, very good. Alright, these Prowler Claws. Actually, randomly too, I heard that there's some Swedish soldiers and stuff too, right? In Afghanistan and Iraq and stuff like OEF, OEF too. Yeah, pretty much all DoD personnel right now, HDOC is on, they can't travel or anything. And people like, PCS and orders going from places, everybody's just grounded right now. Even John is in LI. He's pretty much on standby. I scratched my nose while doing the turn down to LTW to call him. If my nose itches, he scratches me as well. So hopefully if I call him, I know he's the person to scratch my nose for you. That's funny, bro. A bunch of Swedish National Guard. Oh wow, they have National Guard in Sweden too, huh? That's cool. It seems like Italy has some military streets and stuff too. I was watching the videos. checkpoints and stuff. Jack and Conoco, their cargoes recently got into the extreme, as well as Fox. Really enjoying both of them. One of the best Fox content creators in the biz. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. Thank you very much. Kind word, Jack. $5. $5 for support.
J Cargo's recently got into your stream as well as Classic, really enjoying both, I must say. One of the best classic content creators in the biz.
LT Ramirez. Shout out to LT Ramirez. Our RCC buddy is 82nd and broke his ankle on the first jump of the platoon. I could never do airborne school, man. I know it's only 2 weeks. Is anyone like that, dude? Sorry, I think my dogs are going down my street here in the back. Jumping out of airplanes, though. Man, oh man, it's kind of the stuff in nightmares for me. I'm not scared of heights necessarily, but it's the fear of impending doom, which is something that definitely bothers me. Imagine if you are free falling from 10,000 feet or something. Stuff nightmares. Impending doom. Go outside and everyone is just staying quarantined, shaking my head. And hey, players, what's up, man? Good to see you, man. What do you mean? You're in DC, right? People are outside trolling. Let's see here. Natural weapons. Yep. Big Havoc in the chat. You'll love to see it. You're really good. Coronavirus might interfere with my performance at this. Oh yeah, dude, everybody's on. Everybody's getting interfered with. Could you get someone to HC Blue level with sometime soon? I'd be down. Yeah, there's a lot of interest in doing hardcore Blue level. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Blue level in general is amazing. Hopefully it never gets down someday. Some people do Blue level hardcore. My boyfriend was a Marine. He said he was always got to jump in the perfectly good airplane. I hear that. I hear that. Because Marines have to, though, right? Yeah. I feel like the Marines do aircraft to do that, too. Maybe not, though. Yo, do Marines have, do they have aircraft? I know the Army has aircraft, but it's only helicopters, right? I heard that the Navy actually has more aircraft than Air Force. And the Marines sort of like loosely the Navy. I wonder. Marines have their own air wing, which is too small. 5 on the Super Fun. Look who it is. Tactical, the legend. Good to see you, Tactical. How are things in your part of the world, my man? Big Tactics in the house. Ex-Navy Air Rescue trucks from a different Navy has a lot of aircraft. Yeah, I always found that weird. The Navy has more aircraft than the Air Force. Give a link to the HC Turning. Yeah, I got you. Platinum Wild did a great job with the trail. You guys haven't seen it. Oh man, I'm almost scared of the pressure run that man. That's it. Okay, hasn't changed much. I think they did one big wave of updates. And that's what it was. Maybe it was they didn't update it for a long while, or some news story came out. Here is the coronavirus tracker thing that I've been watching. They update it every few seconds. You'll see it at the top right. Let me go find a video for you. The hardcore video. hardcore trailer. Platinum Wow made it. Who's a legend? He made us a little machinima. About a minute long. Just to get everybody hyped up for the trailer. I thought he did a good job with it. Alright. So the Park Raiders 2 are. Yeah, let's go do that. Because of aircraft carriers, better deployment. Out of all the deployments, it seems like the Navy had the hardest. I gotta say, just because, well, in the sense that they get very limited access to technology when they're at sea. Apparently, I have buddies in the Navy, and you pretty much load up like a hard drive, all the media that you might need over like a long trip, and then you're just out there for months and months, maybe get your phone or something, maybe get a little bit of internet here and there, but that seems kind of rough. You got COVID? No, I don't have COVID, man. I just have lockdown orders. Shelter. Oh, wrong link. My bad. That link wrong again, huh? Let me link it to you. 1 second. Sorry, I lost the chat for a second. If you were saying anything in YouTube for like the last minute, I didn't see it, my bad. Here is the, oh no, it was good? Okay, there we go. Man, so you ended up canceling your trip to Philly? Yeah, I did, pretty much. Got the full refund though. I was expecting that, honestly, to be an absolute nightmare to get the refund. Because you know how it is dealing with specifically American Airlines. I don't know what it is. I just had the worst experiences with them. I always feel like I get bad energy or something. But I called American Airlines, and they were super chill about it. Oh, we got a tier 1 sub from Sasu Bite. Week in, week out, supporting the boy. 41 total subs in the channel. You'll love to see it. Thank you very much for continued support of Sasu Bite. You're doing good things. Stay washing your hands, staying clean, stocked up on TB. Food, water, consumables. Thank you very much, brother. But yeah, I called American, right? And it was pretty well done. It was pretty professional. I got on the line and said, tell us your message, your name and your number, and we'll call you back. It was one of those type of things, so you didn't have to wait on the phone, which was nice. And then they actually called back within the time frame, 20 minutes. They called back, and I talked to this lady, and she said, yeah. No problem. You're use that same voucher, and you're gonna have that credit next time you book a flight. So if you guys have, a flight plan or something, it's really not that bad. If you're worried about getting one like that. Medical students just said clinical rotations canceled. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Like their hospital rounds or something? Damn, dude, seems so slow. I'm not exactly playing. I'm nice beginner right now. I'm just talking about you guys. Clinical rotations. As part of medical school, graduate practice full doctor. So all of them across the board, the whole nation are on pause or something. Is that big deal? GMA soon, yes. I think probably Thursday or soon. That can't be doing game. Had a message this morning in the chat. Put down. People have been asking if we quit GMA. We have not. Just been slacking a little bit. A lot of encounters. What do you think about leveling with the rest of the rest of the most survival for hardcore? Let me see, you could probably do it. Thing is, you wouldn't want to go solely rest of it, would you? You get Fury, which is great, you get NS, which is amazing for sure, especially NS is insanity. Insect's one kind of cool guy here. I don't see a world where you go just solo deep rest though. You'd have to splash into it or something. Maybe go down to NS and race down to NS for ultimate get out of jail free card for good, and then you can go Feral Malice. Going the whole way is rest though, I guess you would just be like a kind of a rare cat form leveling. Maybe rare form. I don't know, it might be fine. Maybe it doesn't make that big of a difference on your rest though. Just have to try it out. GMA is Good Morning After Hours, our weekly, or usually it's weekly, not slacking a little bit. Podcasting, where we just talk about the state of the game, all that thing. Def Camp, Doing the Game, Nelderon, and myself, take a podcast there. One of the major hospitals in my area for work that shit blood loss down to 50% of normal since nobody's done it all. Crazy how many things are affecting you don't think of. Absolutely. There's all types of indirect effects. When people say coronavirus is mean and that we're young and it's not going to apply to us, to me it just seems short-sighted. Because it's going to definitely apply to us in many different ways. Not all of the implications are going to be obvious at first, but the next time you go to the store and try to buy some eggs, and they're not there, to try to re-up on some water, it's not there, to try to re-up on some PP or paper towels, it's not there, or even right now, you're in and out, double with French fries, and Diet Coke, you go, it's closed. You're going to be feeling these effects, in many different aspects of your life. Just the whole global, so here's one thing, this is why it's going to affect everybody. So the Fed, the Treasury Department, how much money did they print recently? Wasn't it something like $1 trillion or something? So what does that mean? That means all of our money is worth less, right? All of our money is worth less because there's $1 trillion more dollars. So it's inflation. So your purchasing power of your dollars is down. 1.5 trillion. Dude, I'm telling you, all of our money is going to be worth less. So everybody's getting affected by this in massive different ways. A lot of people are honestly kind of fucked right now. And I actually don't know. The people that are most affected right now probably are the people that work. Let's think of this. Anybody who works in the restaurant industry, anyone who works in the hospitality industry, even people that probably work for construction and stuff too, like maybe those construction sites are canceled right now. How are these people going to make money? I really have no idea. I have no idea what the solution would be. It seems like an absolute headache. What else? Airline industry, way less flights. There was a long time ago you had a different college on your name, it was Code Blue. Love that guy's take on it. How can I find some of his content? Oh, damn. You remember Code Blue, Travis? I don't know if he has a YouTube channel. If you hit me up on Discord, I can link you up with him. He's a nice dude. He likes talking to people. Man, that's great. Interest rate reduced to 0 first time in 100 years. Yeah, that's insane. How do you take advantage of that interest rate, though? So we're thinking of refinancing. Because we're going to hold on to the house, probably rent it out eventually. Might even sell it, but just, we're going to hold on to it for the long run, no matter what. So think about refi. Might be some other way. Maybe just buying and just, so that's the number one way to take advantage of your interest rate, just buy a house. Watch the announcement of the gold, back digital dollar, old debt, West starting against repeat. I'm not a forecaster, so I'm saying it's scary. What do you guys think about? They're debating this right now. Giving everybody who's out of work $1,000 a month. What would the problem be there? Or you think it's a good thing? I think it would be a good thing, but how are you actually going to pull it off? Like, how are you going to verify somebody isn't controlling, just trying to get the money free? How do you, there's so many, maybe that doesn't matter so much. Yeah, but how long can you do that? That's more inflation. You know, how do they? 1,000 would go a long way, though. I know it doesn't seem like much. If you were in absolute survival mode, I hear you say that isn't that social, but at the same time, what do you do then? Do they just have to go like rob people at that point? What happens if you do nothing and don't get the $1,000? What would actually happen? I guess honestly, we would have to find new jobs, but the thing is, who's really hiring coronavirus? 1K is in 1 month, I'm not sure. They did suspend all foreclosures and evictions and stuff because they don't want to kick anybody out because of the coronavirus. Yeah, I mean, with 1,000 though, I'm pretty sure anybody could survive. I could, 100%. 100%. I've been down that road. 100% survive on 1,000. You just have to like make sacrifices. You have to go to like Dollar Tree and buy some shit at Dollar Tree. It's gonna suck, but you can definitely survive on 1,000. It's gonna suck. Absolutely. You're gonna be using some freaking suspect food probably. Definitely helps so much instead of getting nothing. There it is, Milan. What's up, dude? Ramen, hot buckets. Yeah, I mean, Dollar Tree. You know, you can actually eat reasonably well in the Dollar Tree. It takes some effort though. You'd have to just buy rice and beans and hot sauce. Rice, beans, hot sauce. Probably get like some pasta and pasta sauce, and you get frozen veggies from the freezers in there. I remember back in the day, years ago, when Dollar Tree was kind of like new. In college or during the early struggling days of entrepreneurship and stuff. That was it, man. Going Dollar Tree, stretch that dollar. I mean, it felt good. You did a ton of groceries. They should suspend utility bills and rent payments if they lock down everything. Need a vitamin C source? Maybe. The thing is about vitamin C, this is what I always hear about vitamin C. That if you're just eating solid foods that are like relatively wholesome, relatively decent in terms of their macro and micronutrient contents, you're going to get more than enough, like ample vitamin C and all of your vitamins from just eating foods. Now, if you're eating like highly processed stuff from the Dollar Tree, you might be right, because I think a lot of those micronutrients, vitamins, that get stripped out for processing. So you might be right on that point. But that is just one thing. That's one of the things people say, oh, you need a multivitamin. A lot of big brands will say you don't necessarily need a multivitamin. If you're just eating decent, regular food that's not super duper processed, that's like fifth layer of processing, then you should be fine. My current rent for my one-bedroom apartment is $916. This doesn't include food and bills. If that was the case, though, Scott, and it's coronavirus, and I'm you, and you get 1K, don't pay the rent. If you had 1,000 and that was it, and you weren't getting dollars, you weren't getting any other money, you would just have to fry up and then just go through that process and just level the landlord and be like, yo, coronavirus is hitting me hard, man, I'm doing everything I can, with the 1,000 you can survive. I don't think there's anything unethical about that. You just have to do your best. And if your total work is totally canceled right now and you have no ability to make money, like you need to make money right now, fast. Just be safe, guys. Drink one emergency pack a day. Those are pretty good. I like those. I have a bunch of those. When's the next hardcore tournament? Is there any way to contribute? Oh, our friend has the app. It's on the 28th. You can sign up to play on the Discord. I'll link the hard Discord for you guys. I'm assuming most of you are in there already. Maybe not. Who knows? If you want to participate in the hardcore community, get involved with the cup. Oh, Pink Flamingo beat you to it. There it is. Thank you, Flamingo. Definitely check it out. A A lot of good people in there. They're streaming there, they'll check it out. Also, Vitamin C is members of the Salvage Generation.
It's kind of a misconception about the immune system thing. It does help the immune system, but not everything. There you go.
It seems to me, guys, based on everything we've been talking about, the number one way to improve your immune system right now, respiratory system is probably. The respiratory system is different from the immune system, right?
Yeah, sure they tie into each other. But
Respiratory system seems like the most important thing with COVID is to get cardio and exercise. So I got a man up today to do that with the white shirt down. Just do some YouTube exercise, videos and stuff. It's kind of cringe, but gotta do it. You can't really jog around the block much. Red bell peppers. Another thing that actually has a lot of vitamins in it and probiotics. You would never expect it. It kind of feels like you shouldn't. But kimchi and sauerkraut actually slaps as far as health. It may not have vitamin C, maybe I'm thinking of probiotics. I'm not sure about it. You guys know what probiotics are, right? And apparently the lactobacilli that you get from just basic Yakult or kind of yogurt. Kimchi is a sleeper. Oh yeah. And the thing about kimchi is, I can eat kimchi as a standalone meal also. Because it has spices. So the satiety that you achieve from eating some kimchi, 9 out of 10. So pretty much, it's spicy, right? And if I had some nice sushi rice that was freshly made in a rice cooker, and I just had some kimchi, scouts on it, I could eat that and go about my day and feel fulfilled. Feel like that was a hearty meal. And every time I go to a Korean restaurant, I will eat so much of those like free kimchi plates they put out. I really like kimchi. It's very hit or miss though. A lot of people hate kimchi. My wife sort of likes kimchi. She likes sauerkraut more than kimchi. So if you don't like kimchi, Parker, you don't like it, try sauerkraut. It actually has a wider spectrum of probiotics, basically more impactful probiotics than even all those yogurt lactobacilli that you can buy from the market. You wouldn't think so, because it doesn't seem that very fresh when you eat stuff. SF on virus lockdown, yes it is, but the entire Bay Area, pretty much except for 2 counties, 6 of 8 counties are on 3 weeks shelter-in-place orders, so you can only leave for emergencies. I love sushi, there's a beautiful idea. Kimchi? Kimchi? It's a Korean. How do you explain kimchi? Kimchi is basically it doesn't sound very good when you explain it. It's one of those things you just gotta try. It's fermented cabbage. But that's what sauerkraut is too, so you probably know about sauerkraut, right? What they do is they take cabbage and they marinate it in a spicy sauce. It's kind of got chili on it, vinegar, and some stuff. And what they do is they will put it in a clay pot. I'm pretty sure it's clay, some kind of pot. They'll put it in a pot and they'll bury it under the ground for a long ass time, like 6 months or something like that, maybe even more. Might even be a year. It's probably 6 months. And then they take it out of the pot. I don't know why burying it underground even matters. It does something to it. But you bury it underground and it's in a pot, so it's not like covered with dirt or anything like that. And they take it out and they serve it. I should serve it just like that. I live in a small check town. Yeah, sauerkraut's similar. It's just not as spicy. I like me some sauerkraut too. Sauerkraut on a hot dog with some mustard. Got the cabbage, vinegar, chili flakes, soy sauce, some other spices, and marinated for a long time. There it is. Oh, you don't ferment those, Strike? Or you just make it fresh kimchi? That sounds pretty good though, you explained it. Just vinegar, chili flakes, soy sauce, that just sounds so good. Getting back into WoW today, the quarantine is hardcore on a private server or main WoW? This is on the main WoW server. This is right now, the majority of the NA community is on Bloodsail Buccaneers, is on Mirage Raceway or Hydroxy Waterloo. And then Oceanic is on Ren Road. Turkish tea is best, I'm sorry, but it's real. Interesting. You know what, I don't think I ever had Turkish tea. But you know what I did have? Turkish coffee. And Turkish coffee slaps, brother. Turkish coffee is very strong. And it almost has like a muddy aspect to it. It sounds kind of weird when I'm saying muddy. But it has a very cool earthy taste to it. Very strong. And it's not something that you're going to be throwing up in a big cup of ice. But you have it at the end of a meal a lot of the time. And I don't know, it's a really nice taste to it. Sauerkraut is this? Yeah, I enjoy some sauerkraut. You can actually make sauerkraut. You know, any one of you guys right now can make sauerkraut. You know all you have to do for sauerkraut, guys? I'm not trolling you. This is how you make sauerkraut. Any of you can do it. You get a mason jar. The problem doesn't have to be a mason jar. You fill it with cabbage, and you put salt. That's it. I don't think you can add anything. And you just put it in your fridge. It blows my mind. My dad made it a bunch of times. It actually was really good. All you do is put salt in it, pretty short. And then you just put it in your fridge. And then it makes sauerkraut. And it tastes really good. That's all it is, guys. Sauerkraut. I know you might think some fatty and some advanced techniques. Nope. You just put some cabbage in a jar. I don't think you put water, no. The water comes like from the cabbage. It blew my mind, man, when I saw my dad make it. All you do is put cabbage in, put some salt in it, bam, put it in the water. Same with kimchi, not kimchi. You put it in a clay pot, put it on the ground. Thing. And to keep the grains, I don't think so. Kind of gives it a muddy texture. It's almost like they didn't filter out the ground coffee all the way, and they just let some filter. Like, it's almost like you use a coarser filter for some of the sediment right here. I think traditional sauerkraut is packed in very tightly, like mashed into eliminate air oxygen, oxygen, and raw material. Oh, that makes sense. I was pretty shocked when how easy it was to make that. Another thing that's totally gone right now in the supermarket, guys, is potatoes. I checked a couple different times when I made passes, all the potatoes were gone. I think that's no capacity. Potatoes last a long time, right? The other thing that's really good about potatoes is they can grow, and they're super hardy vegetables to grow. You can pretty much take a potato from the store, stick it in the ground, stick it in a bucket, or even just a trash bag with some dirt, and it's probably grow. So I don't know about that on mine, but potatoes, really good famine food, lasts a really long time. So we only have one bag of potatoes, and we used like a third of them last night to make the dinner. Ever tried fish pétanque? Can't say that. It's really good fish. Pasta fish, sausage, cheese, whatever else you want. Sounds good. You can cut potatoes in half. Yeah, that's how you. No, that's how you make better potato. That's actually the best way to do it. What you have to do if you want to plant a potato, this is what you do. You cut the potato in half, and then you put them with the cut side up towards the sun, and then you let the sun create like a new skin on the potato. Like the cut kind of moist side will create a skin over it. And then you plant them after that skin is formed. And you can do it in like a pretty much any container. Container bar, you can put it in a trash can, whatever. You don't have to plant it in the actual soil itself. And then you plant it with the eyes facing up, because the eyes are going to grow out of the other side, and that skin side down. Everyone's buying all the eggs. Yeah, that was something I really wasn't thinking about initially. Throwing the market all the eggs around. I wonder why.
Is it just because it's a complete source of nutrition and people just love eggs?
I was not expecting that for eggs to be so. That's why you need chickens though, someday.
I want to have chickens because chickens.
Yeah, chickens are kind of just chilling.
You can have it. You can have your own eggs.
Have your own meat source when they get old.
You have to
Cold them.
So chickens are huge brain.
And they're kind of fun. Make good combos. Everyone's buying all the eggs, that's what I'm saying. Probably some days ago I found a post to sign up the next hardcore run, but I couldn't find it anymore.
Where can I sign up?
I would show you that.
Let me find it for you, brother. All right. Here's the Reddit post that has the sign up link on it. If anyone wants to sign up on the YouTube side of things too, there's the Reddit post that says the registration.
How did you do hardcore like candy? Yeah, I mean, this is super good right now. Play the long game. Flour, salt, cornmeal, butter. Why is that the long game? Because it lasts for a long time? Butter does last for a long time. It's cornmeal. Kind of wish I had some cornmeal. It's a good call.
Some grocery stores run you're putting limits on what you can buy. Like 3 cartons of eggs, 2 gallons of milk, max 2 types per meat.
That's the play. They haven't started doing that in the US yet. I think they will, though. I think we'll see that in the next couple of weeks. Because you can't just have one person buying all the water. New bottled water, a couple new pallets of bottled water comes in, someone shows up with a U-Haul, just buys everything. This may not be a good play, right? Yo, Carlos, greetings from Europe, everyone. Hope you're well and not fucking with us. Where are you from in Europe, Miguel? Good to have you, brother. Love it when the country chickens are LP. Yeah, chickens are LP, though. Okay, if you think about it, this is why chickens are LP, guys. If you want to get a protein source, because you need protein, right? And if you have to make food yourself, not many of us are comfortable slaughtering animals. It's kind of messy, you lose your appetite, it's not a pleasant experience. Even just killing your chicken. Like, killing the chicken, you have to cut its head off, or, and then you have to take the feathers off, and clean it, and everything like that. Not a pleasant experience, just to get some protein. Eggs, it's the cleanest thing ever. You wake up, pick up a few eggs, no one's harmed in the process, eat it, complete source of nutrition, amazing protein. Eggs are legitimately OP. And it replenishes faster than anything. Even if you grow like a chickpea plant or something, it's good at that. I feel like you would harvest all the meat to eat them all. I'm really wishing that these guys could pull like 2 of these headers. Did these guys execute? Yo, don't tell me these guys execute. Don't tell me these guys execute. Shit, Sister Rat Hound's coming through. Oh, no. I'm just gonna run this shit. Not ready. And use the potion. I did look for it. Break the neck, not the head too bloody. Maybe if you're a pro, dude. I don't know. You gotta be a pro to break the neck. Honestly, if you try to break the neck, you might just pull it out. Honestly. Hey, Dark, you give advice, bro. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, man. It's cute watching chickens walk around with that bob and do their heads. Yeah, they're pretty much characters. My aunt had a bunch of chickens. She got rid of them now. She's a little older now. But she loved having chickens. It's actually like kind of addictive. People love chickens. They have their own personalities, their own breeds. They look cool. Create their own little foods and stuff. And chickens do so much for you.
Jordan.
Because they give you really good high nitrogen.
Damn it, you're scuffing the
stuff you can use to plant flowers in, or not flowers, but vegetables. That's really huge. People neglect that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never done that myself, and put all the droppings into a compost container, and then actually use that as nitrogen-rich compost to plant stuff. Not something I've personally done, but it's well documented as a thing you can do, right? So not only do they give you that, they pick clean your yard of parasites and bugs and stuff like that. They can also get parasites, so you have to take care of it. They will eat just about anything, so you don't really have to spend a lot on feed or whatever for them. They'll just kind of feed themselves oftentimes. You just throw them table scraps, and then they make you delicious eggs every day, or almost every day. And then eventually meat. Chickens are just insane. Oh yeah, that's one thing I have a lot of too. That's a really good if you just go, and it's really cheap to do. You just go to the store, you get a Quaker Oats, and it really is delicious too, I have to say. So you can get like a big tube of Quaker Oats for maybe $3, and it has so much inside of it, you'll probably never finish it. And one of the best things to do with that is I like to eat it with honey. All you do is use whole milk, some of the Quaker Oats, some honey, maybe if you have some fresh fruit, anybody has time for that. So I'll just put some honey, oatmeal on that, and it's a nice little dessert. I usually use it as a cereal type of thing. Or you can microwave it. It's really good bang for your buck, though. Think about how many meals you can do that. You can get 10 pounds of gossip, I'm saying, it's so cheap, right? You can invest in stocks during the dip. That'd probably be the big grand play. I'm not really too good at investing. I've learned this about myself. Anytime I've made like a good investment in cash, it's something that my friends help me out. I was there for the Ethereum sale. We were there when Ethereum was under $1. Stuff like that was pretty good. But I'm not really super interested in the stock market. Kind of just a man child likes to play WoW and do stuff like this. Like, I'm really not like a great finance brain. The situation itself, I got some inflammatory issues, like gaining a lot of emotional reactions. Oh, and it sucks. Hate to see it. I'm better at investing in WoW materials. True, though. Actually, true. I don't know, this doesn't interest me that much, man. I don't know if anybody's in the same boat. Like, yeah, you could be making money if you wanted to try hard and make a little bit here and there, get into all that stuff. It just doesn't sound that interesting. Maybe if you start feeling the effects of it, you start making buku money, maybe you start getting into it. Some male chickens look like raptors. My sister has a rooster with feet as big as mine. Oh, what's up, Nashville? How's it going? Did I hurt you? Die, man. Not in real life, obviously, but you're hardcore. Eggs have essential nutrition, vitamins, except vitamin C. It's pretty crazy. That's what I'm saying. If you have chickens, if you had to, gun to your head, create all of your own supply chain, food supply chain, right? Chickens are an essential piece of that. You probably have a chicken, and then apparently if you're short on space, instead of getting a cow, you get a goat. I'd probably get a Nigerian pygmy goat. If you guys heard of those, it's a small goat. You need to have them in pairs though. So you get two goats, and you can make cheese, get milk, all that from them, and then you have the chickens, and then you have your own little vegetable garden where you're growing stuff like really hardy stuff, potatoes, Jerusalem artichoke, beans. What else? I would only plant the hardiest stuff because I've kind of black thumb. What else is super hardy? Maybe gourds, some squash, things like that. And then probably plant an orange. They're not going to be for a long time. Plant an orange tree, avocado tree, things like that. You might be alright though. I don't think it's the hardest thing in the world to pull off. You know, planting stuff like tomatoes though, that takes some finesse to garden those types of things where you have to keep getting rid of the pests that live on them. I tried to mix some vine tomatoes. Big yikes. Lentils? Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, probably. I think you plant that, right? Blueberries? I feel like that's gonna be kind of hard though. Plant blueberries. What? The thing I would want really bad, man, would be an avocado tree. For real, and in California, apparently avocado trees are a little bit sensitive in California to grow. And the other thing I would really want is the ability to grow coconuts. I think it's easy though, right? Who can actually grow coconuts? You'd have to live in some. You think you can grow coconuts in California? The types of seeds, young coconuts, baby, all that. Because I would love coconuts, man. They're so good. If you're spending California, oh, I'll do that. Thanks, man. 2% more damage. You can make oat milk. That's not a meme. Oat milk is something that actually is a thing. I was always sketchy about that. Anything that says milk, well, I mean, I feel like they have to make it factory using some like hipster technology. You're saying the average person can make oat milk? What even is that? Oh, fig trees. Yeah, I love some figs too. Yeah, I'm balanced back right now. Grow hot chilies and tomatoes, protect them. Yeah, these are like the advanced gardening techniques. So I live in California, right? And California is apparently one of the best places to ever grow. Like even all the some of the most famous gardening guides and manuals are called something from California. In California, apparently you can grow anything. But I don't have the knowledge and skills to be able to do it. Crops take a very long time to grow. Oh, definitely. Man, I tried last year, guys, to create my own garden. And the only things I was able to get successfully going out of the entire garden, it was a container garden. But it was a pretty upscale looking container garden. At least I think, in my opinion. Life got a little bit dumpy, but I bought these nice kind of troughs, plastic troughs that were pretty wide and elevated, as well as these huge containers, like circular. Each one was like $50 when Home Depot. It wasn't some dumpy thing. And I put potatoes and Jerusalem arches in there, and I tried to do container gardens that were elevated. I tried to grow stuff like tomatoes and all this, but I germinated them from seeds. So I got the whole process last year, and it was way harder than I thought, I gotta say. I learned a lot. I think I'm gonna go garden again. I'm just gonna plant the most brain-teasing stuff. Oh, mango, love mango. Homegrown potatoes are so good. Yeah, they're easy to make too. They pretty much can't fail, right? Can you fail to make potatoes? As long as you give them any amount of sunlight, any amount of water, I think it's gonna grow. All those tubular stuff. pH can affect plants. You'll notice nothing really behind because the soil is acidic from decay and it contains citric acid. Oh, interesting. See, that's the thing, right? You think that you could just grow whatever in your house, probably. Gardening is its own beast, man. As millennials and stuff, because we're all pretty much millennials, right? We're pretty helpless when it comes to growing our own food. A lot of us, at least. And I started that whole process last year, trying to learn about it, started to get my hands dirty. Just realized how little I knew. You may think you can plant in whatever soil you have. No, you actually need to mix in some other soil, like some nutrient-rich soil from the store you buy. So you think to yourself, all right, I'm going to plant some vegetables. It's going to be basically free. It's going to be no problem. I'm going to be able to grow my own food. You actually end up spending a lot, and I think they're oftentimes negative. You don't really make any money or like get any great additional value by growing your own plants. If it's your first cycle of doing it, you probably have to do it for years and years and get better and better at it before it's going to give you any kind of return. Because that soil stuff, it's got expensive. There's a lot of influence in lots of generations. That's where I was going with this, right, Tyler? So if you have chickens, that is big plays, right? Because the chicken droppings apparently have a lot of nitrogen in them, and apparently nitrogen is really good for growing plants. And you can mix it in like make your own fertilizer, so you wouldn't even have to go to Home Depot and buy those soils. So it's kind of the circle of life. Kumbaya. You have chickens, they make you these food, they make you amazing fertilizer. Chickens are badass. They really, really are. If you had to pick one animal to have, to produce, it's got to be chickens. Hands down. Did I finish questions? Nope, I still need one freaking down. Oh, wait. Is it St. Patrick's Day now? Wow, if it was, totally not tracking. I'm lost in sauce. CMBR, thank you, man. Happy St. Patty's to you, if it is. Chicken bear has to get done, sure, though, as it's so strong. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, but that's one thing. How many people are actually composting here? I don't personally. It just seems too kind of gross and too weird to get into. Where I'm at with that is, I think I know how to do it. It's not the most, it's not rocket science to compost. Put all of the certain things you don't put in compost, certain things you do, and you just add it all to your pile. It just sits there over time. It turns into like the most rich, amazing fertilizer. Until I get like a ranch, like a little some acres on it and stuff. Like I have a quarter acre right now. It's not that much land. It would be kind of idiotic to have a little compost. Someday though. Squash trees, yeah, definitely. We have to compost here in Calgary, Canada. Oh wow. Learn how to grow my own stuff. It's a good skill, right? Like, even if you don't actually need to use it, it'd be good to know how. And maybe you appreciate how cheap everything is though. When I went into growing my own stuff, right? I went to the store to buy packs of seeds, right? And then you buy these little containers. It looks like almost a cart bag. You could use a bag, but you put the seeds inside of them with a little bit of potting soil, and then you have to monitor them with the temperature with the thermometer, and you have to make sure that it's pretty much at room temperature, like not too hot, not too cold. You monitor these until they grow into little germinated little sprouts, and you kind of have to just care for these sprouts for weeks and weeks. It's already taking multiple weeks for the seeds to germinate to the point, for them first to germinate successfully, and then grow into the point where you can transplant them into a pot or a bigger garden. And then once you do transplant them, you have to be out there like multiple times a day, making sure that they're okay. And you're just gonna lose a bunch. Like it's harder than it looks, man. It really is. After going through the whole process last year, I had a full appreciation for how cheap and abundant everything is in a California grocery store. You walk into a store where you see these beautiful avocados, tomatoes everywhere that are like 50 cents or something. It's insane. Imagine people figured stuff out several thousand years ago. That's what I'm saying. I've had a garden for the last 7 years. I've never composted. Oh, nice, man. You're actually able to grow your own stuff? You can make a garden video. I would be trash as a garden video. I have kind of, people have told me this, I have kind of heavy hands. You know what I'm saying? A lot of like dads and stuff kind of have that. I don't know. My dad sort of has it too. We're just kind of heavy hands. We kind of just go too self with stuff. Like, stuff doesn't work out the way we want it to. We just go kind of like into like an enraged state. Just start either just like punching shit or like, just getting frustrated and trying to like, you you get frustrated, just burn out. You need like some sort of delicate hands and finesse to deal with some sort of stuff. Like with gardening, I feel like that's one of the cases. It's not really frustrating. Kick the thing over or whatever it might be. I feel like I'll be a shit gardener. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I can pretty much plant some potatoes, some Jerusalem artichokes, some kind of tuberous thing, just throw it in the ground, and that's pretty much it. But running a small farm, small holding is a full-time
Wait,
job.
whoa.
Well, though.
I never went there.
Oh, definitely, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We actually did have to go on vacation a couple times, or something happened where I had to go out of town, and I was very concerned about the garden. And I was thinking to myself, dude, I just spent like 10 weeks trying to make this thing happen. Everything's gonna die. Yeah, but that same kind of skill will kind of be helpful though too. So last year I had to build a fence. I don't know if anybody's built a fence before. I didn't think I was able to do it. But sometimes that zug kind of like primal dad rage type thing will come in handy. Sometimes you just go ham. You go into big bursts where you're just drilling, hammering everything you can, just super fast, rapidly. So you kind of need both. And that's another thing. Like when it came to installing a garbage disposal or reinstalling a sink, some of that stuff takes a little bit of finesse. And sometimes I'll just get so pissed or frustrated. Just trying to like force the freaking square into the circle or whatever. I mean, this is the guy. I broke my processor a few months ago. Did I tell you guys about that, man? I was trying to remove the heatsink from the processor. And I just wanted to replace the heatsink on the processor. Just more cooling, total kind of discretionary income, kind of a little fun thing to do. Not a thing, no real essential need to do it. Wanted to change the heatsink, put a nicer fan on it, better cooling. Processor wouldn't come off the last heatsink, it was stuck to it. So I tried to pull it off in every way. Going through, primal zug damage, pick up the X-Acto knife, right? And I'm like, alright, fuck this shit, I'm gonna get this off. So I take the X-Acto knife, just go for it. And of course, I ripped the processor in half. Classic example right there. You got to finesse the stream though? There it is. It's been an iterative process. I appreciate that though. It's been an iterative process. Lots of scratch, lots of trial. Some stable though. Oh my lord, another cooling thing. Yeah. Hit the pharmacy, got another 9 rolls of TB. Oh, Selena. Congratulations on the IRL loot. That's what everything could be. Just pretend it's one of your pets. The garden is a pet. Thing is, even with my pets though, like I'm always my dogs. I'm always kind of roughhousing with my dogs. We're always wrestling around and stuff like that. And my wife tells me all the time, like I'm too heavy-handed with them a lot of the time. So my dogs, like they like me when it comes to playing and stuff. But when it comes to like cuddling or whatever, they like never into me. Sometimes I want to cuddle with them, but they'll have nothing other than that. Like this. How'd you get the CPU to split though? Brother, I don't know. I just tried to pry it off the heatsink and split it in half. I got to see the inside of the processor, right? So that was pretty interesting. Yeah, stick the potatoes, yeah. Chuck some potatoes in a pot for all day. It's for the neighbors. Someone needs it. Oh, what's it got? You excited for cat form? I actually kind of am a little bit. I'm playing Torn. If I was playing Night Elf, not at all. The Night Elf cat form. You guys know how I feel about the Night Elf cat form. We've talked about this many a time. Night Elf cat form, you guys, Torn cat form, actually kind of cool. About to go back to the beginning of the pod. Give us a stream. Alright, man. Take care, man. Snacking 32? Yes, it's true. Ravage and First Fighter. First Fighter 32. I don't know what Ravage is about. town.
Let's
Let's get out of here.
Took a lot longer than I thought it was gonna take. Let's swing down this way. Can you guys hear that speaker in the back? Sorry, it's not animal cruelty, don't worry. They're just playing some toy. Wisdom has taught me Mikey's deaf appreciation of that aspect of us, though. Definitely. That's why, I mean, you just make a good team, right? We do make a good team. You know, I'm not like super into gender roles or anything like that. If anything, I don't even really subscribe to gender roles too much. You know, people just do whatever they want. But specific experience, you know, definitely in my specific life, Wifey has a lot more grace than I do. Has a lot more patience with some stuff, like more of like a details-oriented person. I'm not really that much of a detail. Some stuff I do, right? You know, humanity is very multifaceted. With most stuff, I'm not a details-oriented person. I just go. I get stuff done pretty quickly, big bursts of it, like, you know, kind of fast. But you need the detail-oriented to make sure you're not missing stuff, so you don't scupper it. You can hear a parrot? No, it's not a parrot. It's a squeaky toy. Why is everyone locked down from coronavirus but me? I have to be at work. Man, what do you work at? Do they still make you go in? Damn. Hate to see it. You could probably stay home right now, man, if you don't want to be there. Because I don't think any country or government or whatever, I mean, it's totally acceptable if you stay home and isolate or whatever. Yeah, they're still making me go into PS. What kind of work is it? I'm actually really curious. You probably work, I'm gonna guess you work at some kind of essential services type of thing. Where like there's kind of no choice. Okay. Kill this dude. Pull this guy down. He's gonna chain it. I work at an aircraft manufacturer. Interesting. Not exactly essential. Is he seriously on lockdown? Yeah. So the whole SFA area knows, minus 2 counties, everybody's on lockdown. You're on 3 weeks of shelter-in-place orders until April 2nd. So you're only supposed to be in emergencies pretty much. No meeting. Me and every other tradesman are still working. That's kind of true. Yo, thinking about that though, imagine being in the shoes, man. So imagine if you're like a plumber, or imagine if you are. That's what I'm guessing you're like a specialty person, like but you're your own boss. Those people have to have a lot less orders right now. They gotta be hurting too, and they don't have any benefits from the company above them. Actually, feeling hard. Shit. Yeah, those people got hurt. Nurses are unsung heroes. Oh, that's a big true. That's a huge true. They really are though. There are way more nurses than doctors, right? I mean, obviously, right? Like, I mean, that's our nurses the majority of the healthcare force. I have no idea. Literally, never looked this up in my life, but I'm just gonna guess, shoot from the hip here, like 75%. Nurses are the majority of healthcare personnel. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Let's get a few breaks. We'll chip away at this. Nurses are the backbone of healthcare. Nurses are more than 75%. Damn. Yeah, see, that's crazy.
cats around here that clap you. I gotta be careful around here. There's a little Wombo combo team comes around here and nets you and storms you.
I'm on the lookout, dude. Out on the swell.
Captain stuff.
That's true. The
Plumbers in Sweden and the Gothenburg area, if you weren't detective, you were going on jobs with Corona.
Let me take a look at the Corona pandemic thing. Let me see how bad it is now, if it's gone up at all.
No, it's been about the same. There's definitely a huge spike when we talked about earlier. US about 120 more cases than the last checked. Within an hour.
There's 120 more cases. Yeah. Let's check in on Sweden. Sweden actually has a good amount. It's about 1,200 cases. Yeah, about 1,200 cases. Switzerland is still just so crazy to me that they have almost 3K. UK 2K. Germany's starting to get up there too. The main countries that have been rising up big time in terms of cases is Spain and Germany, other than Italy. Anybody from Spain and Germany in here? Gensim 11 with Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, my guy. Appreciate that. How are you today, Gensim? You staying safe, brother? I feel like you gotta be from Spain or Germany. Or Italy. We're established. Nobody from Italy is in here.
Iron Core from Germany. What is, can you give us a little insight on how it is in Germany right now? Is it pretty chill? Is it panic buying? Is it... How are we looking over there, man? My husband's in Germany right now. Oh, wow. Alright, your husband's in Germany. Yeah. Is he stuck over there? Or is he there for a while? Denmark held a speech about an hour ago about the coronavirus. What happened? Anything interesting? The measures in Germany are getting more drastic, but the numbers are still low. Doesn't seem too low. I mean, you're at double the United States. Maybe not quite double. 10,203 is kind of a lot. Berlin, Germany here is still kind of a situation. That's good. Alright. The king tested positive? Oh, wow. Denmark? There's a couple nation leaders that tested positive. Like, was it Trudeau's wife or something that tested positive? I'm not hearing about that. The fire burned out in the background. Oh, it was muted. No. I haven't seen the graph today, but Germany's death rate seems insanely low. Let's see. Germany's death rate, so they have 10,203 cases and only 24 deaths. Wow. That is actually insane. You're so right. What a great observation. So if you compare this to Spain, for example, Spain is in the same ballpark. Spain's at 11.7, so 11,700 cases. Germany's at 10.2. So what? It's 1.5, 1,500 different cases, but still it's the same bracket. Spain, I'll link this to you guys if you want to follow along. Yeah, something's really good. I think German healthcare is insane. I really think it's really good. Because even in, American soldiers and stuff, they get shot or they get fucked up and, get an ID or something in downrange in the Middle East. Within hours, they're medevac to Germany for surgery. So Germany apparently has a top tier, medical quality. But if you look at this, if you look at this, right, they're in the same bracket as Spain. 533 deaths. There's 533 deaths in Spain versus 24 in Germany. 24, that is staggeringly low. They really are doing something. Maybe they have ventilators or something. You are so right about that. They're doing something very well as far as managing it because they have a lot of cases.
do everything well and efficient with their own.
Not wrong, it was German engineering. Staggeringly low. You think it's going to go up dramatically, though? All I'm saying, Frosty, is relative to the death rate for the disease in other nations, they seem to be doing very well as far as treating it. We hear that the U.S. does not have enough tests to have accurate numbers. Is that what you hear, too? Yes, Christian, but at the same time, apparently in the coming weeks, they're going to ramp up this testing. I believe it. And it's mainly because it's happening in the power industry, like the private industry. There's a big partnership between the Fed and private, like big pharma companies to just pump out millions and millions of tests. I think they're planning on producing like 5 million tests or something in the next couple of weeks. So that's good news. But yeah, I think the U.S. has been seen as late to the game compared to a bunch of other countries. So anyway, guys, we had a good stream. We streamed for about 4 hours right now. I'm going to stream again later today. Fairly certain, like 95% certainty. I'm going to break for some lunch, pizzas. Wife made some pizza and stuff. I'm going to chill, just take a little break. And then I will definitely be back a little bit later if you guys are hanging out. Thanks again for everything you guys do, all the sub support, the moderators, Loretta, dude, big shout out to Loretta. Absolute legend, Crusader. And I'll see you guys soon, probably in a couple hours here. Just gonna take a little bit of a break. Actually, look at this. Quissy. Shout out to Quissy. Really nice girl. Fellow New Yorker. Also doing the hardcore challenge. So we're gonna host Quissy. Say hi to her for me. I'd really appreciate that. If you just drop her like some cheese and rice or like an emoji or something like that. And then I will be. Oh, TikTok. I'm gonna do that real quick. And I'll be back a little bit later. I'm just gonna take a little bit of break. 4 hours stream, break a couple hours, we'll do another 4 hour stream later, something like that. See you guys real soon. Take care, stay safe, wash your hands, peace out.
then one thing, right? But it's not like me going on another stream or something like that is going to have viewers from that stream. Oh yeah. Be like, oh yeah, I like this guy, I want to go watch him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that happens a whole lot. I agree with that. Yeah, I thought you. Because like if we do like, I feel like anytime like we get together and do an IRL together, like either you or me or me and Trey or like whatever group of people, I think it helps all of us like do it exclusively. She's been fighting the boss for 2 hours, but it's not necessarily about. That's what like I was saying this before. I do think at a certain point you need to do stuff like this too. I feel like I don't do a lot of stuff on my stream, but like I care mostly about like whatever stream I'm on, make that stream as good as possible. Well, it's like also a matter of I don't know if the word is engagement, but like kind of exposure, or like especially for if somebody has like let's say 500 viewers, then the possibility for exposure is a lot higher than if they have like is one of these YouTube, for example, and it cascades up from there. Yeah, that's true. I think it's a kind of situational based on who it is, I guess. I started watching your stream based on who I watch. Okay, so how many people started watching my stream from a collab? Like as far as like, I'm gonna ask if you're Aspen. Well, I mean Aspen, there's no question. Like Aspen is like huge. Yeah, we went pretty early on when you were streaming, and like then Classic Data came out. Yeah, well, I remember when we met over Alice Cafe. That was the first time we met. Yeah, I remember Alex was holy shit. Yeah, we were on that Discord call, and there was the only two people who were like of sound mind in that call were like me and Aspen. Because everybody else was like saying these ridiculous jokes. And like the only two people with like actual solutions to like, okay, what do we do in this situation? Like legitimately, like yeah, let's just okay, we need to like you need to do the right thing, whatever. Like one of the massive debate about stuff that was good. Stacey was actually in that call too, but then what happened was I got banned as well. I think I got banned a few days later, and I eventually started playing retail on Twitch, and I didn't really talk to people after that until I happened to also be playing on Kelly's Expeditions and I didn't know. Someone happened to tell me like, oh, like that's actually something. Oh, okay, that's cool, right? But I ran into you at Galahad. I remember we ran into each other at Galahad, and I waved at you, and you were like, okay, is this actual listener? I was like, yeah. And then you invited me to Destructible, and then that's when we were talking. We were talking about like videos and like video ideas and stuff. Yeah, I was like fucking 4 a.m. Yeah, we talked. That was the first time we actually sat down and talked. We talked for like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. Like, because yeah, we were just like sharing like our school stories and like trying to like some fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's a long time ago. It's actually kind of crazy to think about like how long ago that was. That was like literally fucking 2.5 years ago. Almost 2.5 years ago. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, that's really weird to think about. Yeah. And then we used to play PUBG. That was around the time I met Miskit too, actually. And then Miskit didn't stream yet. Me, Miskit, Carl, Aspen, we had a bunch of people. And eggs would go out before bread and milk. Like eggs just fry out. I think it's because it's got protein stuff in it. It lasts for a while. It freeze eggs as well. So there's no eggs around. So I was in this Walmart and they had a bunch of eggs. There was a bunch of cases that were just on the ground. It was cracked eggs, and you can inspect the eggs to see if it's all intact or not. So there's a bunch of these that I'm like waiting for, sifting through, and I find a couple of eggs, dozens of eggs. So I got 3 dozen eggs. Pretty big height there.
Every time I do I have 4. You ran on the shot.